the Department of Development Studies, and I will be your host for this event. Colleagues, let me observe protocol. I'm not very acquainted with protocol, but let me do it because I don't want to get into trouble. Let me acknowledge and appreciate the Vice Chancellor of the University of South Africa, in absentia, Professor Puleng Lenkambule. Unfortunately, she could not join us because there is a teaching and learning festival that is happening at Khorong, and the times were clashing. However, we are still fortunate to have Professor Mguchini, who will do the welcome address on behalf of the Vice Chancellor of the University. I acknowledge Professor Mguchini, who is the Executive Dean of the College of Graduate Studies, and I also acknowledge our mother in the college, the Executive Dean of the College of Human Sciences, Professor Zethu Nkosi, and I acknowledge my boss today. He said he's my boss today, so I acknowledge that Prof. Onyancha, who is the head of graduate studies in our college, and my official boss, Professor Abel Mafokate, who is the chair of the Department of Development Studies, and a special appreciation and sincere appreciation to my distinguished guest, my keynote speaker. I say my because this is my event. Our keynote speaker, Professor Mampweli, thank you so much, sir, for making it. And my distinguished speakers, who will introduce as the program moves along, colleagues, students. We invited our M&D students. I believe they will join us as the program proceeds. And then also we've invited community activists who are on the way. So colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This is a very special day for me. I know it is a very special day to my boss, my COD, because when I shared this concept, after a long fight of wanting to attend the Africa Energy Indaba, and I came back and I said, Prof, I think I have an idea, and this is how the idea looks like. He said, definitely, we're going for it. Let's go. So I appreciate how you just stood by me from the word go. It sounded crazy at first, but here we are today, and I appreciate everything that you've done, the support that you've done. Thank you so much, Prof. And all the amazing support that I'll talk to as the program moves along. But now, because of time, let me just humbly welcome Professor Mguchini for his keynote, his welcome address. Professor has to rush somewhere. So let me just quickly welcome Prof. and for his welcome address. You're welcome, Prof. Thank you.
Colleagues, good morning. My name is Tennyson Mguchini. I am today representing the office of our Vice Chancellor. Actually, I'm representing two offices, the Vice Chancellor and, of course, our Vice Principal for Research, which for many of you will be the equivalent of the Deputy Vice Chancellor at DVC. My name is Tennyson Mguchini. I am the Executive Dean for the College of Graduate Studies. Before we begin, Dr. Mweng, I was going to speak a little bit about you, but I will not. And the reason is not because I do not acknowledge you. I did what I used to do when I was at school, and I looked at the next student next to me and I saw her work. And I realized she's going to speak about you for a fair amount of time, and I thought it might seem like we are doing some Trumpism here, where we're allocating the subject of the whole day to a human being rather than to a movement. So with that, I hope you'll forgive me if I don't spend much time on you, but the initiative, as you have boldly stated, is the birth of your PhD, which I'm sure we'll hear a bit more about. Colleagues, mine this morning is to just give some orientation to everyone in the room about why and energy Indaba matters and where it sits in relation to UNISA's big picture. But before I do that, I think I must first acknowledge that we have a lot of contributors today, many panelists who have afforded us their time, and they do so out of the love of correcting society's ills. We do not pay people to take part in these things, so everything that has been done is out of people's personal commitment and volition, and for that we want to acknowledge you. We've got some of our panelists, Dr. Masangane, the head of strategy and business development and energy in Africa, Professor Mampweli, the head of the energy secretariat, Mr. Mbata, co-founder and director of PetroConnect, Mr. Sandile Swana, the political analyst and CEO of Africa Media Online, Ms. Poppy Njapa, Chief Engineer at the National Transmission Company of South Africa, Ms. Simpiwe Ngwenya, Senior Manager for Climate Mitigation at the Presidential Climate Commission. We also have Ms. Pelisa Nkomo, Development Economist, Dr. Koketso Rakudu, Chief of the Tsintsing Community in the Royal Bafokeng Nation, Ms. Refilwe Sebotoma, CEO of Hakem Energies, Commissioner Molete from the Social Development Policy Coordinator, and Dr. Motemang, a Senior Lecturer, of course, in the Department of Development Studies. These are the names I've just picked out from our panelists. I want to thank you. I have no doubt I've missed someone who's very critical. Please charge that to my head and not my heart. We really do feel for you. I am aware also that this would not be possible without the open-mindedness of college leadership. So Professor Nkosi, we are very, very impressed that actually you've seen it befitting to commit an entire day to one of our catalytic niche areas. And I will explain what I mean by that. Of course, with every leader, you've got to run you. I am aware of a certain Professor Onyancha who has made my weekend a very difficult one by reminding me at every second that 9 o'clock is the time we start. So I am sure there's much more that he has contributed to this. Colleagues, I have also, I need to also just acknowledge anyone else who has contributed to this or will also be contributing in some shape or form. Why UNISA is interested and wants this energy Indaba to be as successful as ever. It all goes back to a date in September 2021 when our current Vice Chancellor, Professor Lenkabula, delivered her inaugural speech. At that speech, she specified very clearly that as a university, we needed to have greater impact, make sure that we have leadership in the knowledge economy when it comes to solving Africa's problems, also have claim within the academic space so that UNISA's footprint can be clearly seen. And one of the vehicles, and it's been the most seminal thing that we have done as a university, and that vehicle was to identify 10 research priority areas, which we call the catalytic niche areas. In short, there are 10 substantive research fields that were identified by the university for a very specific set of reasons. They are either subject fields where we know we've typically not performed particularly well as Africa, as a developing world. Or we've chosen them because they're historically spaces where particular marginalized groups have been excluded. And thirdly, there are areas that have a lot of investment potential, a lot of third stream income potential, and we needed to make sure that we stamped our footprint in those areas. So those 10 areas, one of them is energy. And today's Indaba sits right in the center as the first ever. It's actually the first ever Indaba that speaks to the catalytic niche area, uh, to the specific catalytic niche area of energy. Why that matters, folks, is if you look at all our catalytic niche areas, all the others that we have, aviation, health, we've got aeronautic studies, automotive industry, Bosadi theorizations, curricular support. If you go through all the others, none of them can actually function without us making sense of our energy story. So in many ways, it is the one catalytic niche area that can claim to open the doors for every other catalytic niche area. And in many ways, you could easily argue that without energy, we can't functionalize all the others. If we don't have a clear energy strategy for the country, for the continent, we really cannot operationalize anything else. At the very core, in the simplest way, think of trying to do a very complicated medical intervention without access to electricity, without access to alternatives to electricity. It is not possible. Think of trying to run an aeroplane, aviation, without access to energy. Not possible. And I could go through all the other 9 catalytic niche areas and we would find the very same picture. So unless we conceptually orientate ourselves to what the energy world looks like, and we find a specific, appropriate way for the university to engage with other sectors that are involved with energy, we will lose the opportunity to make good on all the other niche areas. So folks, the other thing that we are very cognizant of is that for many a time we have had great ideas in universities, and we are known for that. We are known for having buildings that are usually at the top of a hill, where you really can symbolically see that ivory tower symbol that's been ascribed to us, that we have very grand ideas that we cannot somehow seem to relate to industry, we cannot seem to relate to society, we cannot relate to societal problems. This Indaba has the ingredients to fix it all. I look through the list of the guests that you have, the panelists, the speakers, and we have every single allied sector space that I can think of. And I think that says something to how well conceptualized this is. It also says to us that we have a very rare and prime opportunity of making good on this. It is often been said that we have got a lot of funding for our catalytic niche area activities, and we actually do. Where we struggle is that many of the things that come out of engagement seem to be the very same type of things. People want support to attend conferences, to do very individualistic things that are quite internal to individual scholars. But a setting like this allows us to really open up and see and do things that will make very, very significant impact. With that laying out of the ecosystem, I hope that I've made everyone recognize that regardless of what niche area you're interested in, regardless of whether you're an academic or someone from industry, a student, or an interested member of society, there's actually a very significant contribution that we're hoping for from you, because without that completeness, we can never get the magic of dealing with this niche area right. So with that said, I want to welcome you all to UNISA's grounds, to UNISA's mental space, to UNISA's resources, and I hope that the history of debative engagement that tends to happen here will be perpetuated even further today. And I want to thank you once again for taking time to recognize and to make yourself available for this occasion. So welcome to the Energy Indaba, hosted by the College of Human Sciences. This is my home college, by the way, so I have to avoid overpraising you because I usually get into trouble with the other colleges that I service, but it is the college where many subject fields need to relate to for them to become viable. And this is exactly what today's Indaba will make a reality. And with that, I will close my welcome and wish you all well for the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that beautiful welcome address, Professor Mkuchini. Now we are moving to our second speaker. And this is, I would repeatedly say, our mother in the college, Professor Nkosi. You know, the way we are so fond of her, if you ask for something and she's not very positive, you just change the tone and say, please, ma. And then the man is released. Immediately say, please, ma. Then the man is released. So, Prof, please take to the stage. Thank you for everything. If I can start talking about you, I won't finish. Prof Nkosi, everyone.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Program Director, and thank you very much, Prof Mkuchini, for the warm welcome. Colleagues at the back, may I kindly request you to join us for SABC. You know, it won't look nice because they're empty chairs. Prof Vaniker, with your team, please. Please. Let's not use Miss Ntabi. Please use that chair so that whenever there's someone coming in, invite them to join this pillar. Yeah, colleagues, I'm just going to allow you 1 minute. Even behind you guys, please. I'm humbly requesting. Only the video people need to occupy the pillar there. Yeah, let's just give them just 1 minute. Still empty seats here. I'm worried the TV will show us, you know, and people are so quick to say, the stadium was empty. The stadium was empty, please. Yeah, let's say, Miss Mtolo, I'm giving you a homework. Anybody that enters, please direct them. Okay, yeah. Giving you a homework, yes. There is one guy who's refusing to move. 1, 2, yeah, guys, yes. 1 minute. Okay, let's just, yeah, we still have got empty seats. We are using the front pillar. Yes, thank you very much. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure and gratitude to welcome you and thank you for accepting the invitation from Dr. Kulufelo Mueng. She came up with this idea. My topic is just to put you in context of what is happening today. We are celebrating the PhD study that was done by a young colleague in the College of Human Sciences. For those who are not Unisens, we are one of the largest college. We are number 3. Number 1 is the College of Education with 90,000 students, and the College of Chems with 64,000 students, College of Law 60,000, and the College of Human Sciences, we are having 52,000 students. We are like 2 universities in one as a college. Yes, yes, guys. Yes. Just imagine roads. How many roads? There are 18,000. UKZN 40,000, UCT 38,000, UP 40,000. So we are 52,000. We are a university on our own. So this young colleague, Kulufelo Mueng, she is employed in the Department of Development Studies. When you look into the development of studies, it falls under social sciences. And people can ask and say, energy, social sciences, what is happening? But we allowed her to navigate her dream to say, I want to do a groundbreaking thesis that talks on just transition energy or just energy transition towards a low carbon and climate resilient economy in South Africa. Her study highlighted the critical issue of climate justice. When she started, her objective was to contextualize the challenges associated with transitioning from the existing fossil fuel-based energy system to a cleaner, renewable energy model, commonly known as just energy transition. We were all surprised as the College of Human Science, but we said, let's allow this young, innovative lecturer to go and do what she wants to do. She investigated the projected effects of the transition of coal-dependent communities with a specific focus on those located in the coal fields of Mpumalanga province. These communities have historically relied on the coal industry for their livelihood and economic sustenance. Her research is grounded in the concept of just energy transition, which is a decarbonized strategy aimed at achieving environmental sustainability while simultaneously promoting social equity. Dr. Mueng's research provides a critical analysis of the implications of JETs for coal-dependent communities whose livelihoods are inextricably linked to the coal economy. Through sustained participatory engagement with these communities, Dr. Mueng uncovered the complexities inherent in JET, demonstrating that it is a multifaceted and non-linear process shaped by diverse and often conflicting economic and political interests. While JET offers a potential solution to address environmental injustices and facilitate a transition to a post-coal economy, it also poses significant risk, including job losses, economic insecurity, and further displacement of vulnerable families. Ladies and gentlemen, I just wanted to give you an idea of why you are here today. When you register for your PhD degree, you are always asked, what are you going to do differently? What are you going to bring differently? That's why you are here. Because her recommendations highlighted an urgent need for a multidisciplinary approach to tackling these contemporary problems. And also she wants to emphasize the importance of advancing radical measures to achieve environmental justice. Earlier on, Prof. Mkuchini explained about the catalytic niche areas, and as a College of Human Sciences, we are really grateful to have a staff member who is talking about energy. She wants to come up with a plan of action to deal with the challenges that she picked up in her PhD studies. We usually ask, what innovation are you bringing with your PhD? This is why you are here today. We are also grateful of the different stakeholders that are supporting this initiative. I've noticed that we've got people from the industry, we've got the NGOs, we've got the community activists, we've got academia, we've got our institute, which is the Institute for Social and Health Sciences, who are here to support because they're also dealing with energy. As a country, we are having challenges with energy. For me, as a layperson, I always think of electricity. I'm thinking, I know carbon dioxide, I know oxygen, but today I'm going to learn a lot because in our first plenary session, we're going to talk about inclusive, affordable, and socially just energy. And then in In the second session, we're going to talk about navigating the just energy transition, the insights from frontline communities. And on the last session, we're going to talk about energy democracy and the role of higher education in upskilling and reskilling of susceptible groups. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming to this event. We are looking forward to the recommendations that will be shared that will make the plan of action. You are all welcomed, and we're looking forward to this innovative, inspiring, thank you very much.
Good morning, colleagues. I am the co-program director for today. My name is Dr. Thokozane Diosini. I serve as a senior lecturer in the Department of Early Childhood Education and Development here at UNISA. So welcome to the University of the Land. It is my honor and privilege to read and invite our keynote speaker for his formal address. I'm going to read his very impressive bio. So let's brace ourselves. Prof. Mambweli is the head of Department of Science and Innovation's Energy Secretariat at the South African National Energy Development Institute. His role is to science and engineering national energy flagship research development and innovation programs. The programs include the Coal CO2 to X program, the Renewable and Sustainable Energy Hub and Spokes program, Hydrogen South Africa, and energy storage. Prof poses a PhD in physics. He has published close to 100 research articles, including 4 book chapters. He has accumulated more than 2,000 research citations on Google Scholar. He has supervised more than 26 master's and PhD students to completion. He is recognized by Stellenbosch University as a full professor of process engineering, and he gave his inaugural address in 2018. He was also recognized by the University of Fort Hare as an associate professor in 2015, and he was the winner of the University of Fort Hare's Vice Chancellor's Emerging Researcher Medal in 2012. He graduated Masters with distinction from the University of Venda. Prof. Mambweli is currently appointed as an extraordinary professor in chemical engineering by Stellenbosch University. He is also appointed by Durban University of Technology as an honorary research professor. He currently serves in various advisory committees and boards in energy space, and he is a member of the President's Energy Crisis Committee Workstream 7 that is dealing with data modeling and data reciprocity. Shoo! I made it to the end. Prof, that is so impressive. Please, can we welcome him with a round of applause?
Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction. I was sitting there and asking myself, who she's talking about? I've got a presentation. The IT people will assist me. Connect this.
Still doing. Is it also showing here? Still doing. Command. Command one.
We can use that one, right? It's the presentation on the USB.
Mm-hmm. Bani? Stick lap, brown, stick, USB.
So while they are sorting us out technology-wise, I must indicate that my presentation is going to touch on almost everything in the program. So I looked at the agenda for the day, and then I came up with a presentation that's talking to most of the things that are in the agenda. So it's going to be an interesting one, hopefully.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they can't hear. Can you?
Oh, can you hear me?
Is it? Yeah.
Can you hear now?
Yeah, if you can move.
Do you mind pointing the mic at your mouth, not below your mouth?
Oh. Is it fine now?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thanks. I was about to use my lecturing voice. They're getting there. All right, so we can get rid of my computer. It looks like it's. Okay, finally, we are here. Testing again, can you hear me? All right, so we'll add about 20 minutes.
This, yeah.
Okay.
The microphone is not yet.
All right, thanks. So we'll add about 20 minutes. So I'll be focusing more on the South Africa's journey towards decarbonizing the power sector and managing the electricity costs, reflecting on the policy developments. I'll talk a little bit about history. I'm more on the engineering side, but I know a bit of history around these issues. We are moving towards the end of the security of supply challenges. I know the minister will be here tomorrow. He might or might not announce the end of load shedding. I'm not announcing it. I'm just giving you a heads up so that they don't say I broke protocol. All right. So this is what I'll focus on. I'll focus on the background context of the power sector reforms. South Africa has gone through a number of reforms in the sector. The milestones that we have gone through and the impact on the renewable energy markets, the status quo and policy on policy and regulatory developments, what currently exists, and what are the latest developments. And then I'll conclude the presentation. So in terms of the background, I normally show this slide, especially when I present at international level, for people to understand how, as South Africa, we develop our policy strategies and laws to ensure that people understand that we have what we call policy certainty, and the process that we follow also appreciates that particular fact. So as we all know, government departments are responsible for development of policies and implementation strategies and laws that have got to do with the particular departments. Cabinet considers and approves these policies and implementation strategies and laws. And then we have the National Council of Provinces that considers and approves policies and legislation before Parliament. does that, and then Parliament considers and then gives the final go ahead. And then once Parliament has approved, the President signs the law, the document into a strategy, the law, or the relevant legislation that we are developing. But at the center of it all, there is what we call the public participation process. So at various stages, we have the public participating and making inputs into the various documents that are being developed throughout their lifetime before they get implemented as in the country. And in our space, we have NERSA that regulates electricity and gas, while the National Nuclear Regulator is responsible for safety standards and regulatory practices for protection of humans, properties, and the environment against nuclear damage. Now, we have a number of public entities that drive energy policies, strategies, and implementation. We've got the Department of Electricity and Energy, DEE, which is established in terms of the presidential proclamation. It is mandated to promote the sustainable development of South Africa's energy resources, ensuring energy security, economic growth, and environmental sustainability. So when I go through the presentation, you must always have those three things in mind: energy security, economic growth, and environmental sustainability. It will make sense when we start to talk about decarbonization and things like that. And then we have the South African National Energy Development Institute, SANEDI, the institute that I work for. It's established in terms of the National Energy Act of 2008. It is mandated to direct, monitor, and conduct applied energy research and development, and demonstrate and deploy specific measures to promote the uptake of green energy and energy efficiency measures in the country. It is also mandated to advise the Minister of Energy and Electricity, or Minister of Electricity and Energy. I always say energy and electricity because energy comes before electricity. By the way, this is serious. We have asked the President to make changes to this. And the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. So some of the things that I've said here might be true because we advise these ministers. Then we have the National Energy Regulator of South Africa. I talked about NERSA that we all know about. They've been in the news for all the electricity pricing challenges that recently. I'm not going to go into those. We'll leave those for another day. And then we've got Eskom, our utility company, that is established in terms of the Electricity Act of 1922 as South Africa's state-owned electricity utility company. Their mandate is to generate, transmit, and distribute electricity to industrial, commercial, and residential customers, ensuring reliable and secure the energy supply. It also plays a key role when it comes to the energy transition in South Africa. Eskom is not the supplier of last resort. The supplier of last resort is the minister or the ministry. They are charged with these particular responsibilities, so we shouldn't conflate the two. And then we have the IPP office, the Independent Power Producers Office, that is established. It's an established partnership between the Department of Electricity and Energy, National Treasury, and the Development Bank of Southern Africa. And their mandate is to procure and facilitate private sector investment in the renewable energy and conventional energy projects. Many people take the IPP office as a procurer of only renewable energy, mainly because they've been very successful in doing that. But their mandate goes beyond just renewable energy. It goes into even coal, procurement of coal energy and things like that, gas and all these kind of things. Now, in terms of the history of the power sector reforms, I've indicated that we've gone through various reforms. The 1998 white paper on the energy policy was developed, and its aim was to unbundle Eskom into generation, distribution, and transmission entities and establish a liberated energy market. So this is where we always tell people that this thing of unbundling did not start today. It didn't start recently. It started in 1998 through this white paper on energy policy. Then in 2003, we had the white paper on renewable energy that was developed to ensure equitable level of national resources was invested in renewable energy technologies, to direct public resources to implementing renewable energy technologies, and also to introduce what we call the suitable fiscal incentives, create an investment climate for renewable energy sector development. At that point in time, we did not have an established renewable energy sector, and we had to come up with the white paper on renewable energy. And following that, we had the development of the IRP, which I'll talk about just now. And then 2005, we also had the development of what we call the National Energy Efficiency Strategy, for which SANEDI is very much known for, because part of it is dealing with things such as your demand side management, implementation of various energy efficiency measures. If you go to our website, there's a whole range of energy efficiency measures that SANEDI is assisting in terms of implementing in response to the implementation of this particular strategy. And then in 2010, we developed what we call the Integrated Resource Plan. This was our first Integrated Resource Plan that was developed. This has got to do with the long-term energy planning. The IRP planning is now sitting at SANEDI. We are now responsible for updates of the Integrated Resource Plan. The current one is before Cabinet. I did the review of the document. We're going back to Cabinet quite soon to do the final presentations. But this has got to do with the various technologies that South Africa has adopted. So it's a model based on the least cost technology to protect the poor and also to protect the economy. Basically, what the IRP does is it looks at the various technology mix that are available, looks at the prices, levelized cost of electricity generation, and then it chooses the technology mix that will assist the country in terms of decarbonization of the sector and also ensure security of energy supply at the same time. So that's basic, and ensure that we have cheap electricity. Those are the three main things that we consider when we run IRP models. And then in 2019, we had the Integrated Resource Plan 2019, which was basically an update of the IRP 2010. So the IRP gets updated because things change. For instance, the prices of various technologies change, regulatory environment changes and things like that. So we need to constantly update the IRP. In South Africa, we've been updating it quite regularly. We now have an update of the IRP 2019, which is now the IRP 2024, which is now before Cabinet. And then we have the Just Energy Transition, which is a strategic framework for shifting towards a low-carbon economy while ensuring social and economic equity. This is quite important. I saw there are some activists around just energy transition in the room, so I thought I must also point to the fact that we recognize the fact that as we transition from a high-carbon economy to a low-carbon economy, we don't leave anyone behind. We take everybody with, and we ensure that the impact on the negative side is as minimum as possible. So we have that particular framework that emphasizes mainly the economic growth. We also look at things like reskilling, job creation, economic diversification, and things like that. There are issues that we picked up after the closure of the Komati power station, for instance, around the economic activities around the power station. As I stand here, the president asked us to run some models and look at specifically the impact of the transition in Mpumalanga and Limpopo area, and also look at what are the technology mix that we will require between now and 2050, and what are the investment requirements and also the investment gaps. So that study was done. I was chairing it. It's one of those studies. I'm not going to divulge the results. The president himself or the relevant authorities will divulge the results. But there was a very strong focus on the just part of the energy transition in that particular study. We have established this, I can say, that the economy in the Mpumalanga and part of Limpopo will shrink by about 14%. And that would then mean that you have an equivalent of job losses in the particular area. But we went on to look at what is it that we can do to kind of negate these kind of negative consequences. Countrywide, we found that the economy will grow as we introduce new energy technologies, as we transition towards the low carbon economy. It's important we choose the word low carbon economy because we're not saying our economy will not have coal. we need to be clear on that. We're not saying it won't have coal. We're not saying it won't have gas. We're not saying it won't have any fossil fuel. We're saying it will move towards a low carbon economy. That's very important, and that's the message that we're taking, even when we negotiate in the G20 negotiations, which Sanedi is leading on the energy transition side of things. So these are some of the impacts or milestones that we've achieved through the various reforms. I've talked about the IPP office and the procurement. They have a program that they call the Renewable Energy Independent Power Producers Program, or REAP program, that was launched in 2011 after the promulgation of the IRP 2010 to attract private sector investment in renewable energy. The program introduced a competitive bidding process. Initially, when we were contemplating this program, we wanted to do it as what we call the REFIT, Renewable Energy Feed-in Tariffs. And then we realized halfway through that that particular model did not fit into our legislative framework, especially the PFMA and the Municipal Finance Management Act. Hence, we brought in the public procurement process, which was adopted by South Africa, widely accepted globally as one of the well-structured kind of a program that we have in the country. We have now secured over 7 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity. We've attracted more than 200 billion rands in terms of investment in the country through this particular program. The key role basically was the diversification of South Africa's energy mix and supporting the transition to a low carbon economy that I've been talking about. The graphs at the bottom are just showing when we started that the economy was fired mainly by coal, and then there's that transition. The IRP had its own targets to reduce the coal down to 51%. And then we started implementing the IRP. While implementing the IRP, we've gone through about 9 IPP bid windows since inception, and we've procured 7,361 megawatts. That's in operation from 95 projects, and 2,077 megawatts is in construction at about 19 projects. The graph is just showing the cumulative megawatts as we add these megawatts in the grid. And what is important also to highlight is the fact that this program has assisted us in alleviating at least 2 stages of load shedding. So renewable energy works. I've heard some analysts on TV saying these things don't work. Yeah, with load shedding, we had a lot going in the country. Now, what is the current status? We've in terms of the regulations in the space, we had the Schedule 2 IPP, where initially there was an exemption from up to 1 megawatts from licensing. Basically, what this means was that when you want to build a power plant that is 1 megawatt and below, you didn't need a generation license from NERSA. It was regarded as one of the getting a generation license was regarded as one of the bottlenecks. So we had to have those exemptions, and then that was raised to 100 megawatts on 10 June 2021. And then it was fully lifted on 15 December 2022. Minister Mantashe was the minister there of the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy then, and he's the one who suggested that it should just be fully lifted. And that we've started seeing the impact of that because the private sector started planning a lot of projects. We've seen projects registered with NERSA up to about 12 gigawatts, which is quite massive. Whereas in the past, people didn't want to go through this laborious processes of getting the generation license and all that. And then we have the Electricity Regulation Amendment Act. That is there to fulfill the 1998 white paper on the energy policy. I talked about the 1998 white paper, and then there were issues now around the unbundling of ESCOM into generation, distribution, and transmission. I saw NTCSA will be participating today as well. It's part of NTCSA came as part of this kind of unbundling, where we'll have the independent transmission system operator. They will have the transmitter, system operator, market operator, and central purchasing agency as well under NTCSA. And then the whole idea is basically to introduce a competitive electricity market. We have the South African Wholesale Electricity Market, or market code, or what we call the SAWEM. And then we have the South Africa Wholesale Electricity Market, which is basically a specification, which is the SAWEM. NTCSA has done quite a lot of work around this. I'll touch a little bit on some of the of what we can expect in terms of the market itself. Just last week, I attended a forum where they were presenting further details on this particular market, which is basically this multi-market model that they have proposed. I haven't updated this slide from last week, but the updates are very minimal. So we're going in the future to have this new energy market, and this is how we expect that it will look. You will have the what we call the energy reserve market, which is the day-ahead reserve. This is the market that is available, but it is held back for reserves. What that means is that you have this capacity that is readily available in case you need it for one reason or another. If the demand shoots up and things like that, then you can call on this particular market. And then you have what we call the balancing market, which is the real-time delivery of power. That's what the system operator does at the moment. They give us power on real time, so that there will be that real time market where this market will be used to pull the power into the grid. And then you have the ancillary services market. This is for network support. So when you introduce more renewables that is intermittent into the grid, you have other challenges on the ancillary services side of things. You have other challenges on the grid stability and things like that. To balance those, the demand and supply and balance the grid stability and all that, you need what we call rotating machines, so to speak, in the grid. So that's the market that will then bring those ancillary services. So the system operator will then look at the grid and say, I need ancillary services in this particular area, and then call on this market and buy these ancillary services. And then you have the other services, which is market, which is anything that can be managed, that can manage supply and demand in real time. So there will be this market also that will be reserved specifically to market to manage the supply and demand in real time. Just as an example, we once had load shedding because something happened in one power station that affected services in other power stations. And to balance that, the system operator at that particular point in time, she had to implement load shedding. because there was this market is not yet there for the other services as well. So we're looking into this forward into this kind of a market. And then we have the capacity market. This is the firm power that can be called on whenever it's needed. So you're looking at now you're again balancing your demand and supply. And then you have the energy market, which is the day ahead, which is basically the energy that's carried across the wires today. So overall, that's the kind of market that we're looking at, and the introduction of this kind of market has got a number of implications on the regulatory side, on the legal side of things. I know there are legal challenges, a whole lot of them that we have to deal with. On the system operator side, we need to bring in new technologies, new ways of doing things and all that, which we are busy dealing with. Now, I talked about the IRP 2024, sorry, the draft, which is an update of the IRP 2019. This IRP was drafted according to the ESCOM's Transmission Development Plan, or what we call the TDP 2024. Basically, the TDP tells us where do we have grid capacity, where do we have to strengthen the grid. And I'll touch on some of these things just now, and where can we connect, and those kind of issues. So that's what the TDP tells us, and then based on that, we then draft the IRP that then tells us this is the new generation capacity that we can bring onto the grid based on the capacity that is provided for in the TDP. Now, this graph at the bottom is showing us what we can expect. So I need to qualify this. As things stand, we have a draft IRP 2024. It's not the final version. It has gone through NEDLEC, it has gone through the public participation. It is now at cabinet, and once cabinet approves it, the Minister of Electricity and Energy will look at the proposals in the IRP and do what we call policy adjustments. Basically, he will then make a determination based on the provisions of the proposals in the IRP. And then the policy adjustment will then tell us what will be the energy mix of South Africa between now and 2035. So this graph at the bottom is 2034. Sorry, this graph at the bottom is just showing you that we're going to be decommissioning the coal fleet. You can see the black one at the bottom going down towards 2034. So we're going to be decommissioning the coal fleet. The main reason for decommissioning of this coal fleet, so we've got the decarbonization part of things. We can park that. We have the coal fleet that is approaching its end of life. So each power station is designed to last a specific lifetime. And once it reaches that lifetime, it's either you renew it so that it can give you an additional lifetime, or you must decommission it. And there are costs associated with either of that. So the IRP is based on data that's coming from ESCOM that said these are the power stations that will reach their end of life by this particular time, and then we use that data to do the IRP model. Okay, this one is just showing you that according to the draft IRP, we're going to have a lot more share on the solar PV side of things, and also on the wind energy side of things. You can see it's an ambitious plan. When I looked at it when I was doing the review, one of the things that I asked the team was, is this realistic? Is it practically possible for us to implement this particular document and introduce this massive renewable energy and within this short space of time between now and 2034? Because we need to be building something in the region of I think it's 3 gigawatts of renewables per year. For between now and 2034 for us to achieve this objective. So you can see it's an ambitious plan, but these kind of plans are there to guide us because from there we do ministerial determinations with concurrence with NERSA, and then we implement based on the ministerial determinations. However, I can indicate that the Minister of Electricity and Energy has undertaken in public that he will go into an overdrive in terms of implementing this plan once it has been approved by cabinet, so that we don't introduce any policy uncertainty. Now, this is, I talked about grid. Part of the issues that we have in the country is the grid capacity, especially in provinces that have got the most resources. In provinces such as your Western Cape, your Northern Cape, and your Eastern Cape. Now, when it comes to the wind resources, you know that we've got most wind in the Western Cape and the Eastern Cape. When it comes to the solar energy resources, we've got most of the sun in the Northern Cape. But most of the biggest of our demand is in the Gauteng area. So we need to be able to shift to move those electrons from those areas to the big demand nodes in the Gauteng area, because the heartbeat of the economy. This slide here is just showing you the various renewable energy projects across the country. You can see where we have the most PV, where we have the most wind, as well as the battery energy storage facilities. But the most important one is this next one that shows these complicated lines that you are seeing. We need to build, according to the Transmission Development Plan, about 14,000 kilometers of lines for us to have enough grid capacity in the country. These are new lines that we're talking about. And it's not an easy task because apart from the technical side of things, you have safe issues that you need to negotiate, and they take time. It can take you anything between 6 months, 1 month, 6 months, a year, depending on the strength of the negotiators that you are coming across, or the owners of the farms and all that. So it's a tall order. That's one. The other part is on the side of funding. You're talking about more than 400 billion rands that we need to spend as a country in building these lines. It's lines. It's substations in some cases. It's also strengthening of the grid in some cases. It's a whole range of things that we need to do as a country. So in terms of the funding side of things, the Minister of Electricity and Energy came up with a plan which we call that has got to do with bringing in the private sector to try and latch on the liquidity of the private sector to raise the funding to build, operate, and transfer these assets. So you might have seen, or you might know by now, but that there was a request for information that went through to the private sector to find out if the private sector has got, and if they are ready to be able to come in a public-private partnership kind of a situation like we have on the REAP program. And we received more than 100 interests from the public sector, the private sector, both national and international. And then there was an RFQ that went out, going through that particular process. What that would do is that it would bring more reforms in the sector in terms of how we do things. We will have our IRP promulgated and gazetted, and then we have the Section 34 determinations, which basically means that the minister will then every now and then do ministerial determinations in concurrent with NERSA. But instead of doing it only for generation, he will then have to do it also for the transmission side of things, and then procure the transmission lines, substations, and things like that. There's a program that we now call the Independent Transmission Program that the minister is running through the IPP office. And like I indicated, this will basically bring the bid window reforms. I thought I was still going on, and then I see thank you. I don't know if there will be time for questions. Most of the questions, I'll send them to Sanet.
Thank you so much, Prof, for sharing such an insightful keynote address. We're now going to open the floor to questions and comments from colleagues on the floor. If you could kindly raise your hand and then just let us know your name and where you're coming from, and then we will give Prof an opportunity to respond. We have a hand at the back here. Yes. Not really. I think there's a roaming mic. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Prof. We are very encouraged that the people of the Kadiba working for the country. My name is Tui. I'm from the Department of Technology and College of Accounting Sciences. So my question is of personal interest because I'm doing my PhD around it. I just wanted to understand what is the role of hydrogen in South Africa's future energy mix? Because we released a strategy, but I don't see a lot of progress in the area, so I want to hear your views on that. Thank you.
Do you want to handle that question first, or do you want a number of questions?
Let me answer them as they come so that.
Perfect.
All right. That's a good question. And I didn't disclose why the IRP did not pass the first time it went to Cabinet. It was because of that question. So Cabinet asked that question because we didn't have that in the IRP, and I had to write an entire chapter into the IRP around hydrogen. So hydrogen will have a role in the future, and I'm running Hydrogen South Africa, by the way, the entire hydrogen program for the country. And part of what we have is the strategies, the Hydrogen Society Roadmap that talks about the Hydrogen Valley, production and use of hydrogen in Limpopo, Gauteng, and KwaZulu-Natal. We have the Green Hydrogen Commercialization Strategy by the DTIC that we are also implementing. We have catalytic projects in the Hydrogen Society Roadmap, the big ones, Bukubai. My office is busy with the feasibility study for Bukubai as we speak, through the CSIR and others. We have the Hive Energy project that's in the Eastern Cape that's going to be producing 1 million tons of green ammonia for the export market. We have a whole lot of other hydrogen projects that we are supporting. Now, on the hydrogen side, what is important, and you'll see this in the IRP when it comes out, what is important is the hard-to-abate industries, where we can decarbonize the hard-to-abate industries using green hydrogen, and then take away some of the load from those hard-to-abate industries, which basically means that when you do that, you reduce the electricity demand and lower the pressure on the transmission grid. That's basically what we foresee. Producing green hydrogen and then taking it through fuel cells for production of electricity. We see that in the horizon, not now, because of the cost of production of green hydrogen. About 60% of the input is electricity into the green hydrogen. Yes, in South Africa, we are saying we have the sun, we have the wind, and because of these resources, we are able to produce cheap hydrogen, but the prices of the price of the hydrogen that we are able to produce is not yet at the level where it makes financial sense for us to use electricity to produce hydrogen and then convert it back into electricity again.
hope that answers your question, Tuli. Thank you. We have two hands here. We'll take ma'am and then we'll take you. Pardon? There's a roaming mic it'll come down to. No, it's not. I'm not sure if it's going to be audible.
Thanks, Prof. I am Sita Tufudaba from the Department of Development Studies. I've got two questions, one on the IPPs to ask, what is, apart from that allocation for community projects, do we have any community-owned maybe shareholding in some of these IPPs? Because what normally happens is only a very small margin of the budget goes to those communities, and when we go throughout the country, a lot of those projects that they suggested for them to get their licenses are not operational. So my fear is always that communities get left out at the expense of the private sector with the promise for development. So what is the government's strategy in making sure that communities also become shareholders or get something more significant than what they're getting now? That's the first question. The second one is on the negotiations for servitudes with landowners. It is also known that vast amounts of that land that we are negotiating servitudes on is actually idle. It's unproductive, and farmers are no longer using it. But sometimes government is then pushed to negotiate and they just raise the amount for the servitudes and end up getting a lot more than one of the farms that even were for that servitude. Does government have any plans of, should I say, I don't want to say for this, other ways of making sure that the nation, the citizens are not held ransom by these unreasonable amounts that governments end up paying for servitudes? Those transition online skills.
Okay, thanks. I'll start with the servitudes one. We passed an act that made headlines called the Expropriation Act. And part of the reasons why that act was passed was specifically to deal with servitudes. So government will come, find me with my land that's lying fallow, try to negotiate with me, I become unreasonable, then they use that act to expropriate that land, and then they build the transmission lines. That's basically what should be happening now that we've got that expropriation act. So that was one way of government trying to do what is good for the people as opposed to for the individual. The IPP's allocation for community projects, this is a big problem. We acknowledge that as a country. We have allocations where we've got the 5% and whatever that gets allocated for communities, and that goes into community trusts. And we have established that people become creative with that 5%. So the money, instead of ending up in communities, maybe I shouldn't be saying this, it ends up in specific individuals or looking after specific individuals' interests. So that's one thing that we need to deal with as a country. Minister is aware of that. He's dealing with that through the IPP office, because the custodian of that is the IPP office. That's one. The other problem is that where you have the money going into these trusts, and sometimes it goes there and it just sits there, because the IPPs would say this money is going to be used for XYZ. For example, they might say this money is going to be used to train engineers. And you go into that community, you find that there's no single kid in that particular area who wishes to study engineering. So the money will sit and wait for some child to be born in the future. to come and study this engineering. So those are some of the challenges that we have. Now, in conclusion, on this IPP side of things, Minister recently held an IPP workshop. He called it Emerging IPPs, where I led the panel that was dealing with a whole range of bottlenecks or challenges, including some of the challenges that you've mentioned, to allow historically disadvantaged communities or people participation in the IPP space. And in attendance, we had the DFIs, your DBSA, IDC, PICs, and all that, which, by the way, are the major investors in the IPP space. But they have been investing in what they call established international companies that come and partner with local partners for BEE shareholding and all that, not necessarily with communities. So that was part A of the minister trying to open up to emerging IPPs who might not be advantaged, and looking at what are the financial instruments that can be used to assist them when we go through these bid windows that are coming, because we're looking at a massive investment. It's going into, I'm about to divulge now some of the information that I'm not supposed to. Let me stop there.
We had a hand here in front, and then we had 3 more hands that were up. I think in the interest of time, we'll take Sir. There was a lady at the back, ma'am, and then we'll have your question as well. And then we'll close the questions.
I'll try to be quick also.
I just want to zoom a little bit into the fossil fuel side of things.
Where's the person?
Yeah, in front.
Oh, yes.
So my primary interest is in fossil fuel.
Yes.
And I noted with interest that in 2018 you're sitting at 79%, and you are targeting to reduce this to 51% by year 2030. But I also noticed that fossil fuels included, I think, coal was part of the inclusions there. But I was quite keen to see, firstly, how far are you from your target? Do you think you are close to meeting your target? But secondly, there are certain moves that I'm seeing the government making, for example, the investment in SACRAF. And I'm quite keen to understand what the strategy is there. Is this are you still pushing for a reduction of fossil fuel that we have in South Africa, or what is the objective?
May I overrule you? May I take all the questions so that you respond at once?
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Gibran Omoshwana. I'm from the College of Accounting Sciences, PhD student, dealing with the energy transition, the finance aspect thereof. I just want Prof to perhaps quickly touch on the issue that you mentioned about the feed-in tariffs in relation to PFMA, and then just want Prof to perhaps give an indication of when the RP 2024 will be released. And I'm not sure if Prof would be able to maybe touch on this. Does the issue of the energy mix in the RP 2024 go hand in hand with the fund model, specifically the fiscal incentives and the financial instruments thereof? Thank you, Prof.
You did it, it's a couple of kids here, Petroria. I'll be quick. I didn't hear you mention, and maybe just wanted your comments on the carbon credits market and its role in just energy transition that you mentioned. how much of that is even worth looking into from a local perspective and local participation in our innovation.
Then we have our last question over here.
Thank you, Prof. My name is Untitled Chapter from the Congress of South African Trade Unions. I'm also a commissioner on the Presidential Climate Commission. Prof, you made mention of green hydrogen and specifically spoke to the DTIC program on green hydrogen. There's about, 490 million investment in this from the EU, according to our understanding. I just want to know, is there an actual market for green hydrogen? Is this something that is viable? Can we actually move with green hydrogen? And how best are we placed to do so? My next question, Prof, is linked to Dr. Sitati in terms of inclusivity. We are workers in the IRP. We submitted our comments and we also negotiated at MUCKLENEUK level. I'm quite aware of the processes at MUCKLENEUK and have been part of that, but I'm not hearing the language that we submitted, and I'm not sure how that was incorporated in your considerations. We really speak to issues of social ownership. Where are workers? Where are we placing them? Are they going to be key participators in this low carbon economy that we're planning for and we're implementing with the IRP? We're also very concerned on the issue of skilling and upskilling. I think you touched on it, but not really how best it is that we're placed as South Africa with our skill sets and the current labor market. So just wanted for you to touch on that. Thanks, Prof.
Closing question.
Thank you. I'm Deborah Motala from the National Pretoria. My question, I think I'll add on to the Jacoban Funds with like so to say, if as a country we keep on postponing tough decisions on coal and renewables, are we not still not trading short-term stability for long-term collapse? Thank you.
Can you repeat that question again?
Saying my question is a follow-up from the Jacoban Funds with that to say, if as a country we keep on postponing tough decisions on coal and renewables, are we simply not trading short-term stability for long-term collapse? Thank you.
Okay, let me start with that question. Short-term stability for long-term collapse. That was a topical issue when we were dealing with under NECOM, National Energy Crisis Committee, because some of us were saying, let's fix the coal fleet and have stability and have short-term stability to ensure that the economy does not suffer while we're bringing in new generation capacity. And there's literature review on that, on how other countries like China did the same. They did not decommission everything without having new generation capacity. You first have new generation capacity, make your coal fleet operate at above 70% energy availability factor as provided for in the IRP 2010, and then bring in new generation capacity and start with your decommissioning program. Now, you're not planning for long-term collapse, you're planning for stability, for long-term stability, because in the IRP, you've got a provision for new generation capacity that must come and replace the capacity that you are decommissioning. But the argument that we made was that you cannot just say this coal fleet is old, decommission everything now, bring in new generation capacity from renewables. It takes a minimum of 2 years to build a renewable energy power plant. Minimum. I'm talking about after you've gone through all other things. Now, We've looked at what we call the cost of unserved energy. I did the calculations myself, being assisted by economists. It was shocking. We were losing billions and billions of rands in the economy, and that came with job losses. I can tell you today, standing here, that we have not recovered from that. But we are sitting in a better position because we renewed the coal fleet. It is now operating properly. It is now at about above 70%. Some of the power stations are even hitting 80% energy availability factor. We are now putting some of the coal fleet in cold reserve. What that means is we're generating more than what we need as a country at the moment. That's another problem also, but a good one. Let me move quickly. Carbon credit market in the just energy transition. Part of what we once considered was with this CBAM, carbon border adjustment mechanisms in Europe, the goods that you produce in South Africa, if you produce them using fossil fuels, when they hit the European market, you'll have tariffs against those goods. Their role in that context, and also going forward in many other contexts as well. I just didn't touch on this because of time, obviously. Green hydrogen, is there a market for it? Last week I was in Parliament, and one of the biggest questions that came from one of the parties was exactly this. After the presentation, they say, yeah, we hear you, we see what you're saying, we are doing, you've got strategies, you're busy with all that, but do we have the market for green hydrogen? The question is, as things stand, we've got a global market for green hydrogen. We don't have a local market for green hydrogen. South Africa produces hydrogen, both at Eskom and at Sasol. It's not green hydrogen. They use it for something. Eskom uses it for cooling of generators and all that. Sasol uses it for other things as well. Sasol wants to move from gray to blue and ultimately to green hydrogen. And I'm also part of the people who are working with Sasol to advance that kind of a strategy. They produce green hydrogen, but they are not producing it at scale and using it because of the cost. That is Sasol now. Now, locally, South Africa has done quite a lot in the hydrogen space. Through the ISA program, we've invested more than R1 billion in research. We continue to invest. As I'm speaking, I'm busy with looking at proposals. We're investing plus or minus in the 4 programs that I'm running, R200 million per year. And out of that, we've got a lot of components. South Africa is currently selling MEAs to the international market. That's coming from the research that we're doing on the hydrogen side of things. We are prepared and well ready for the market. We are now working on establishing the refueling stations along the hydrogen valley or the hydrogen corridor that we've established through the Hydrogen Society Roadmap. We have a refueling station that has been manufactured at Northwest University by HISA Infrastructure. We've got a Toyota Mirai. We're working with Toyota for refueling and testing and piloting and all that. I'm talking now to BMW, Hyundai to bring their cars so that we can start to create this market and create these corridors where we can drive these cars around. I'm more interested on the BMW X5, so I can move in style around. Inclusivity of workers in the IRP. That's again, so I don't know what your inputs were, because after I reviewed the IRP, I left it to the team. But in the main, the IRP is supposed to tell us the technology mix, as you know. Based on least cost, based on the decarbonization agenda up until 2034. The Just Energy Transition Framework has got various chapters that are implemented by various departments and various entities. As an example, the IDC has got a JET office that is dealing with green hydrogen. And that particular office will be the one that will then look at the other plans and say, how do we then implement these plans in a just and equitable manner that communities won't be affected negatively. So that's all I can say for now, but you're welcome to have further engagements, and then we can look at the IRP and see whether you have been allocated space there in terms of this kind of work. Then the feed-in tariffs in relation to the PFMA. So the feed-in tariffs were developed such that government could just say we will buy from anyone and whoever builds a renewable energy power plant. So there was no following of a public procurement process, and the PFMA and the Municipal Finance Management Act does not allow for that. It doesn't allow for government to just come to me and say, you are producing water, we are taking your water. There must be a competitive process. It must be open to everybody who produces water to be able to compete. So that's how the whole thing changed from refit to, and the refit model was used by the Germans in the beginning, and it gave them problems as well. When IRP will be released, yeah, I'm not allowed to say. Yeah, so the custodian of the IRP is the minister, right? So only the minister can tell you. I can tell you this is where it is, but I can't say standing here it's going to be released on this particular day. Even after cabinet has approved it, it's the minister who still need to do a policy adjustment at his own time, and then come to the nation and say, I'm releasing this document in this particular day. He'll be here tomorrow, and I'll be here with him. So you can ask him, and I'll support you. I think I've answered all the questions, unless there's, yeah.
Thank you so much, colleagues, for robustly engaging Professor Mampweli. We thank you. Can we give him one last round of applause just to appreciate him? Following that keynote address, we are now going into the first plenary session, which is titled Inclusive, Affordable and Socially Just Energy Transition, which will be moderated by Mrs. Kgosetsione Leketi, who is the Chief Director of Petroleum, Licensing and Fuel Supply at DMRE. We welcome you, Mrs. Leketi. Can we please give her a round of applause to welcome her to the floor?
Good morning. All protocol observed. We were trying to make trade-offs there to save time. It is not out of not acknowledging that you earned your titles as doctors and professors. So I want to apologize and then use this time and rather request my fellow panelists to, when they start with the questions, they introduce themselves and integrate their introduction into our objective of the day. But I'm quite delighted to welcome everyone to this important session. Inclusivity, affordability, and socially just energy transition. I want us to underline that, socially just energy transition. And I was quite excited to realize that energy has been recognized as a catalytic niche. Some of us from villages in Tidlamlum, when you talk about renewable, or when you talk about anything that you tell us is clean, we still, majority, except few, we still rely on biomass. I know most of us, where I'm married in, they still rely on coal. But I'm going to be selfish because I am from the hydrocarbon environment, and I would also want to request Dr. Auspindi to make sure that we don't polarize our discussions, because it's really important to know where you're coming from so that you can have a clear view of where you're going. Our task today is both ambitious and necessary. We need to explore how the School of Humanities and Social Science Research teaching and training programs can respond to the challenges and opportunities of the just energy transition in South Africa and globally. This session could not be more relevant to the times we are in. Across the world, the geopolitics are shifting. We have supply disruptions, and there's an urgent climate change agenda that is reshaping the LNG landscape. While here in Africa, over 600 million people still live without access to modern energy. These realities demand that we not only adapt, but we lead with resilience, innovation, and focus in creating value for our nation and our continent. As I will be moderating this session, I will draw directly from the provided UNISA Energy Indaba program to ensure alignment with the event structure, themes, and participants. The session will be followed by a Q&A. Key elements that have been extracted include the panelists' diverse expertise, which spans from strategy, business development, energy entrepreneurship, engineering and political analysis, grid planning, and climate mitigation. The listed topics, for an example, secure energy path, balancing the net zero with Africa's development, energy poverty, access. Sometimes I tell people that having access and your energy being available are two different things in my world. Where my parents live, we have a plug where we can switch on and off, but you can spend a week without being able to access that electricity, because the vulnerable in rural areas are the ones to be load rotated or to be whatever, because in other areas they will have electricity, but because we have no one to complain to, there will be no such. But yet you can always press your plug and switch on, but there's nothing to switch on. But the infrastructure called access to energy is there. So we need to be talking access against availability. We need to also to be checking policy instruments like subsidies, carbon pricing, incentives, comparative governance models across Africa. And the overall event and context will follow what has just been said, which will then make sure that the clean and the dirty. Clean means the renewables. Dirty meaning all the hydrocarbons, including fossil fuels. So I just want us not to polarize this discussion. But we do not lose sight of the objective of the session. The brief that I got was that we are here to provide a platform for panelists to share perspectives from policy, industry, academia, and governance. You will note even how our panelists have been put together, that it will also ensure that we cover. It will not be exhaustive, but we want to make sure that we cover, not in a polarized way, all aspects of the energy mix. The second objective is for us to identify research gaps and opportunities to inform honors, masters, and doctoral projects. I was quite delighted to hear Ma talking about the 52,000 students that they have. As we debate here, can you help us rethink what sort of key issues should we be focusing on? I was just imagining to say, if in the next 3 years, 5% of these 52 students registered here can come up with research projects that will have been informed by the debates that we imagine how the world will be. Imagine how the marginalized group will feel. Imagine how labor will feel and how we will have made an impact that we envisage as the School of Humanities and Social Science. We also, the objective, as I was briefed, was to explore how we can balance academic rigor with real-world relevance, ensuring that graduates are industry-ready innovators. If you can look at the number of graduates here in South Africa, because of government interventions, our output of graduates vis-a-vis the level of unemployment is shocking. The rate at which we are producing graduates should be making a dent on the level of youth unemployment, especially. It's disheartening to see someone with an honors degree or a master's degree being unemployed. So I want, as we engage, we start rethinking to say, in the next 3 years, we will be seeing a decline because of decisions that we will have made today. We also need to come out of this session having debated affordability, inclusivity, and governance in the transition. Expectation. By the end of this discussion, we hope to work our way with a key of clear takeaways, priority research topics, themes for capstone projects, and strategies to strengthen the social School of Humanities and Social Science projects that they will focus on, and strategies to strengthen teaching and training modules to save both academia and society. I will then, having just provided this context, want to introduce my fellow panelists to come here. I will start with Dr. Pindile Masanganyi, who will be, his focus is on strategy and business development. Her themes will be focusing on industry strategy, investment, and private sector role. The second one to be invited to the panel is Mr. Sibonelo Mbata from PetroConnect, the co-founder and director of PetroConnect. Her focus will also be on fossil fuel transition, specifically focusing on SMEs and skills reskilling. The third panelist is our very own Mr. Sandile Mswana. He's a man of many hats. It's quite interesting that he's both an engineer and a political analyst from Africa Media Online. His themes focuses on governance, political economy, and accountability. Our fourth panelist member is Ms. Poppy Njapa, the chief engineer, whose focus is on the National Transmission Company of SA. Her theme will be around grid planning, infrastructure, and technical bottlenecks. And the last one is Ms. Simpiwe, the senior manager in the Climate Mitigation and Presidential Climate Commission. Her focus is on policy, climate, governance, and mitigation. So what I want us to do is, you can see that our panel is quite balanced. For the first time, I'm facilitating a panel in this space which is dominated by females, and I think we must commend UNICEF for that. What I would want to do is to invite first Sis Pindi. I hope you'll have asked them to load your presentation.
They've loaded it. I hope. I'm just worried to see her moving away from the thing now.
Yes.
Can she please put it on?
Yes. your brief is simple. You introduce yourself, and then you also then, I will then start after your presentation, where you will be telling us in terms of your experience in energy strategy and business development, what you see as private sector's role and its take on the transition, and what is it that we are grappling with. And then the second one that I want you to focus on is what role should the private sectors play in bridging the gap between net zero ambitions and Africa's development needs. I'll pause here. Let's welcome her with a round of applause as she.
It's not on the screen. Actually, yeah, please put it on presentation mode. It's not yet. Actually, I would much prefer to use the roving mic because I am short. And I will be hidden behind this podium. Thanks, Mrs. Lekete, for the kind introduction. Is this working? Thank you so much for the kind introduction. As I've already been introduced, I am Indaba. I started my career actually at the Self Group of companies, the state-owned enterprise. Self Group gave me really a good opportunity to understand the energy sector and the industry. Back in 2006, I was part of the renewable energy team. Dr. Mpweni, it was it was not fashionable in 2006 to be doing renewable energy. The Self Group was doing that. And I was part of that team. I was fortunate enough in 2013 to come back and lead the team. And that is when we were implementing the IRP. It was with shock that in 2019, I was asked to go and be the CEO of the oil and gas regulator in South Africa. Literally, I turned around and I said to the chairman of the group of companies, I think you've picked the wrong person. I am the renewable energy specialist in this country. And Prof has already told you that he's from Stellenbosch. He will recall that we financed their renewable. We led some of those projects in the renewable energy IPP program. So whenever you wanted to do renewables in South Africa, call on Indaba and the Self Group of companies. And here is the person that's being deployed to oil and gas now. The irony of all things. But anyway, let me tell you a few data points about this global energy transition. And don't worry, moderator. In my presentation, I will answer your questions, so I'm not going to take more time. I'll put up a few data points when you want to talk about the global energy transition. The first thing I want to say is that we are in this climate crisis because of the use of fossil fuels. Full stop. Greenhouse gas emissions threaten the mere existence of humanity. And we know very well that the biggest contributor to these greenhouse gas emissions is the production and the use of energy, specifically fossil fuels. What do we mean by fossil fuels? We're talking about coal, we're talking about oil, and we're talking about gas. Those three fossil fuels are responsible for the modernization of the global economy. So the world is modern because of the use of fossil fuels. The world has advanced technologically because of the use of fossil fuels. On the other hand, these fossil fuels have produced so much emissions that have made our environment dirty and therefore are creating this climate crisis. The other thing I want to say is that this contradiction between economic development we will have that. Because net zero says there are technologies you can use to capture these greenhouse gas emissions so that they don't go to the environment. Doesn't mean don't use them. The fight is on the greenhouse gas emissions. The fight is not on coal. And I think it's important for us to remember that. So if you look, for example, at countries like Norway, Norway tells you that this economy has been built on oil and gas. Norway has got reserves that belong to the whole Norwegians of over $2 trillion accumulated from oil and gas. They tell you we are going to extract this resource and we're going to do it. However, what we are going to do is to make sure that as we extract oil and gas, we minimize fugitive emissions. Because when you extract oil and gas, some of them methane, they come to the environment. And then methane is 24 times more potent than even CO2 to the environment. So Norway is saying, I have technologies and I will implement technologies that capture the CO2. Then in their words, they take it back to the oil fields and they use that to pump out more oil and gas actually. So they say we will use this because it's what's bringing wealth to our country, but we will make sure that we have economic stewardship. The other part that I want you to remember, the third part, is that you can preserve or build more carbon sinks. We know that forests and plants actually absorb the CO2. So another counter to help us, or another technology to help us to get to net zero, is to make sure that we build more of these things. Of course, the simpler one, which was the focus of the keynote address today, is just to move towards cleaner energy sources, like wind or solar. So I want us to bear that in mind, and you will recall that when countries came together, when the world came together and recognized that we're facing a climate crisis, they then said other countries have developed for more than 100 years from these fossil fuels, and other countries are still not developed. They are still developing. That's why this climate crisis fight has got a theme, and I beg you to remember that theme. It's called a common but differentiated responsibility. World leaders recognize the fact that we don't have the same starting point. So let's not polarize the debate. Africa still needs to develop. For me, and I take heart when I see a development faculty wanting to make sure that you participate in the debate. Because the debate is being hijacked to make it look like everyone has got the same responsibility. No, we've got a common responsibility. Let's decarbonize. But it's differentiated. So if you look at this graph here, if on the, sorry, I'm a former maths teacher. about misinformation, that we think that as a country, we have one crisis, which is the climate crisis, yet that is actually a global problem crisis. We are in a poly crisis as South Africa, and I think that this transition must be informed both by solving our economic crisis, our unemployment, as well as looking at the climate crisis. I'm also concerned to the people that deal with the human sciences about the amount of misinformation that goes around. You know, we tried to build a gas to power plant in KZN, and people would stand up and say, if you build this power plant, actually you will have more floods in KZN. What rubbish. Climate change will hit you without development. CO2 emissions in China, in India, in Brazil are affecting the global environmental situation. So trust me that the climate crisis, the impact of greenhouse gas emission does not look and choose and say, oh, these emissions came from this area, therefore let me strike in this area. It is a common but differentiated responsibility. And my concern is the fact that we polarize the debate. It's either you are in renewables or you are in oil and gas. I'm fortunate to have been in both. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for keeping to the time. But what I also want, and I was hoping, and I see that you captured it there, to what areas of research should students be pursuing to support evidence-based strategies for sustainable industry growth? I liked what you said when you are sitting with Minister, you are saying, what are practical solutions to transitioning? I think as we were listening to her, keep on thinking that so that the questions that we will be asking this panel are such that we can have key research and focus themes that we can extract out of this session. Ntates Bonelo, they've given us 15 minutes each. You focus on fossil fuel transition, SME develop and reskilling. As you come on stage and when you are introducing yourself, I want you to focus on these three key questions. The just energy transition directly affects sectors reliant on fossil fuels. How do small and medium business, particularly in the petroleum sector, navigate this shift? The second one, what skills or innovation gaps needs to be filled to enable businesses and workers to adapt? And lastly, provide us with your perspective of what applied student products could be most useful to business facing the transition. Over to you, Mr. Mbata.
These are very difficult questions, and I hope that I'll be able to do justice, but good morning, everyone, all protocol observed. In the interest of time, I'm just going to try and be quick, but perhaps it's going to give you a little bit of a background if I just do a little bit of an intro of who I am. I'm a glorified petrol attendant. I even wrote a book about my glorified position, a book called The Petrol Attendant. I studied finance and I couldn't get a job. And in pursuit of trying to make ends meet, I ended up working at a petrol station. To cut the long story short, a couple of years later, having learned about the industry and how it works, I eventually find myself being a site manager. And because I'm trained in numbers, I understand debit and credit. And most importantly, I understand net profit. And as I now connected the dots and I started to understand the profitability of the business, and of course, I think what many people don't share and don't tell you is that fuel is a drug.
And if you spend too much time around it, you get hooked. And you may not be able to get out of it. 20 years later, I'm still in the industry. Now, this industry, just a little bit of a background about this industry so you can contextualize everything. This is an industry that employs, or rather, we've got about 5,500 service stations in the country. Well, that stats is not as accurate as one would love it, but these are the numbers that are thrown around. And we employ about 140,000 people, direct jobs in the industry, and it contributes about 163 billion rand into the country's GDP. And this is about a 15 to a 20% contribution to the GDP. So it is quite significant contributor. But the one other thing that many people may not realize is how highly regulated it actually is. So of every liter of fuel, the government decides how much you actually get as a retailer. And there is fancy models, one of them called a res matrix. These are just fancy terminologies that are thrown around just to confuse people. But it just means basically who gets what in this pie. But one of the challenges about this industry is that when the oil companies came in, they focused largely on the metros and the developed areas. I am a pro-advocate. I'm an advocate for rural development. And I think in this research and debate that we are about today, which speaks about just transition, I wonder, in the justness of this transition, how much are we thinking about the rural development of our country? And in many times when people think about this, we forget how these communities still need to develop, how much of them are not yet developed, even to what today we're wanting to do away with. They still want to get to that level. And so, to probably try and attempt to answer some of the questions is, how do we transition? And I would like to submit that you cannot transition justly unless you are having these marginalized communities at the heartbeat of your strategy. Now, as I told you, that I studied accounting, couldn't find a job, but what was worse for me, or what many people would have seen as a setback, it actually worked to my advantage, because through my own experience, I started to formulate a roadmap that possibly could work to advance these communities. What are some of those things? I started an academy called, and there's a program we call a readiness program. What we focus on there is basically taking somebody who has a 3-year degree, and I prefer somebody with a little bit of finance and numbers background, and we formulated this to put together a theory plus practical in order to produce a dealer, what we call a dealer. A dealer, not a drug dealer. This we talk about somebody who runs a petrol station.
And what we found is that when we started this academy, recruited thousands of people across the country, trained them up with theory, the res matrix, the profitability of the business, and then transitioning them to put them in a real life setup of a petrol station. How do you manage? How do you work? And afterwards they graduate. We then have seen a lot of sustainability of these businesses once these people have actually been properly skilled. But not only that, they have been mentored, practically speaking, not just theory. As we speak, I think we trained over 3,000 people across the country. Over 145 of these people are owning their petrol stations today as we speak. And I hope this then does give you a glimpse of to transition this sustainably. I am so honored that I'm in a faculty, or rather a university today, because I think we've always heard this everywhere that, people, they graduate, but there's often lack of experience that goes together to support them in the workspace. I am very, very passionate, and I would love to actually raise my hand and say, I'm not in academia, I'm an entrepreneur. All I know is how to make money. But I would like to collaborate with an academia. Let's put together a program that will take people, not only they just have the theory, but we also couple this together with practical and see how much we can make as a difference in our people. And I think my time is almost up. I said, oh my word. Right, so, sorry, can I have more voice at this? Thank you. And maybe just to expand a little bit more so that you guys have an idea of what I'm talking about. When I started, nobody taught me how to run a business, how to run a petrol station. It was basically by default. I then found myself working there, learning from the dealer, and I started understanding this business. Then I started to work. But when we then formed this program, I saw exactly where the problems were. You'll recall there was a white paper that was signed by most oil majors. And a study was done years later, 20 years later, was done to see how much transformation had actually taken place in the industry. And the results weren't looking so good. But here's what happened. The oil company, out of panic, of course, you've got a big brother, DMRE, saying, hey guys, what have you done? You've had over 20 years to make an impact in the transformation of the sector. Now, out of panic, they literally looked, if you went, you black, come in, run aside. You black, come, run aside. You black, come, run aside. And because there was no structural and strategic appointment of these people, let alone the support thereof, a lot of people failed. But when that happens, you know what happens? Everybody says transformation doesn't work. Look at the results. Look at how many people we've put in the industry and look at how many of them have failed. So they use that as a ticket to, what's the word? To discredit transformation as a concept. But you then realize that there is a lot of missing gaps that have not been attended to ensure that these people are sustainable and these people are supported, and these people actually have sites in the strategic areas. I said to you that I'm a pro rural development person. One of the concepts that I'm working with, and I've met some interesting people here on it to have met them. And by the way, you know, for the record, I come from KwaZulu-Natal, but I have been given a plot in Royal Bafokeng. So I've been told that I can be a resident in Royal Bafokeng. I'm saying it on record, so that if there's any investigation by Mr. Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, you will know that I got it correctly. Anyway, what has to happen, and this now goes beyond just the faculties, but also the DMRE, is to let us put together a prototype of a petrol station that works for our rural communities. Why am I saying that? Because to build just one petrol station, by the way, just for your information, you're looking at about 15-20 million rand just to build one. But it can be done cheaper. It's just the willingness as well from the policymakers, because there is a minimum threshold that qualifies for a petrol station to be built. It has to at least pump 300,000 liters per month. But I'm saying there is nothing stopping a petrol station that pumps 150,000 liters per month. All you do is you cut on capex. Instead of having 4 pump islands, you have 2. Instead of having this wide canopy, you have just enough, but you still service the community without necessarily compromising on quality. And as I learned, I would like to challenge all of us, and I know that many people, when we talk about energy, we're thinking ESCOM, we're thinking lights, we're thinking all these fancy things, but I'm also saying there is us on the fossil fuel side of things. All of you, we touch point with you in one way or the other. Almost all of you have pulled into a petrol station today to fill up in order to get here. And so we are just as critical. And in saying that, I would love that this just transition does not lose sight of the industry that is in the backbone of our economy. We all talk about EVs, right? These are just fancy terminologies that are adopted in the Europe and everywhere else. We are not there yet as a country. And it's going to take a long time before we even get there. And so let's just focus on stabilizing today so we can transition sustainably for tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I knew you were going to do justice. By the way, the strategy that he said we forced oil majors to just go look for black people and be appointed. I told Kulu that I don't want to be introduced. I was the one responsible for monitoring compliance to the strategy. And later in the afternoon, we will have one of Remita Mahas, because we audited compliance again to transformation. They ran around, but they found Black Excellence. She will be representing us because that's where we license the operators like him to operate. I think we'll have had 2-3 themes that came out of that. If I'm not doing what I was required to do, please fire me now. Now we call our third panelist, Mr. Sandile Swana, an engineer, political analyst, CEO, Africa Media Online. What I want you to do as you present, you must talk to us, Ndate Muswana, on governance accountability often determines the success or failure of energy transition. What are the main political economic challenges that South Africa and SADC face in implementing a socially just transition? The second question that I want you to help us with is how can transparent governance and public participation be strengthened in this process? And in your view, which areas of academic research are most critical to support effective governance model in the energy sector? Over to you, Ntate.
So I in any event, I'd sent a presentation here. I don't know what has happened to it. So I'll just continue talking. I've got my own clock, by the way, just in case. Moderator, these issues of good governance, I think Tantam Kwanas is attending to them. So I need to get to that. At any rate, I do have something to say. And the aspects that I want to say, to talk about, are practical things. This conference is about energy and just energy transition and pathways. The word I was given was pathways. So I'll give you a small illustration of this. I live in Krugersdorp, in Maldersdrift, Krugersdorp, in the rural area. So some fellows come along in my street, and in the process of time, they illegally occupy a plot for a school. And in that plot, it's actually, this is the ministerial zoning. So there's a zoning that you can get from the municipality. There's one you cannot change the zoning that was given by a minister in 1948. And they have this impression that they can take this school and make a squatter camp out of it. So we realized that actually this will be the beginning of our problems, this idea, because these are people who are doing town planning without any authorization. So we bought the plot and we said to them, guys, it's not our immediate intention to chase you out, but we will do certain things for you so that what you are doing there is compatible with what we want to do. So we will introduce solar power in there, we'll introduce plumbing and so on. And they went and met with the comrades and came back to tell us to go to hell, that they're not going to do any such thing. In the meanwhile, prior to that, I had actually removed my plot from ESCOM. So as I stand here today, I have not been using ESCOM for a long time. Total freedom. So I still get municipal water, but I do have a borehole. So 4 days of a week, I don't use municipal water. I use my own water. So now this is the issue, that these fellows were asking themselves the question, can this guy actually provide us with electricity? Is it possible? And it's possible. So part of what I want to say to you is that there are ideas. One of those principles is what we call frugal innovation. Frugal innovation. So those who want to do research, this is an area of research I'm interested in, and I practice frugal innovation. So part of frugal innovation is to ask yourself a question. perhaps can I reduce the cost of this product or this service by 90% and still maintain the quality and the core functionality? Because basically, what we need is for our people to get electricity that is affordable and reliable all the time. That is really what we want. And my perspective in approaching this is that as people of the third world, we are sometimes confused by ideas that we get from the first world and from our former colonial masters, that the way they design things is all sorts of bells and whistles that are not needed to deliver the actual service. That increases the cost substantially. So you need to design for the core functionality to deliver that service. I meet it 10 minutes and I've got eye problems. Ne? So, so what then happens is that these methods have now been developed and are being implemented. Stanford, you have a program there, Stanford University, called Extreme Design for Extreme Affordability. So one of the ideas I'll introduce to you is the SWAM, eSWAM, right? So our keynote address here from Professor Mampueli basically talks about hundreds of millions of creating a grid and in very large numbers of a big thing. I want to talk about engineering at grassroots level that can actually change a village, right? So when I used to teach, I was teaching my students about smart villages, smart cities. But bear in mind that you could go to any place in Venda or the Transkei or anywhere, any rural place, and actually create a fully functional facility. This model he was defining is what you call a slave and master model. You have one central control, what they call them is the system operator at ESCOM. This guy will end up load shedding other people and this and the other thing. Nobody load sheds me, right? I am a unit by myself. Now, this is the key, and this is technology that is in operation. What I'm defining here is technology. When you get the presentation, you'll see the pictures, and this is in operation, live operations. So if you can see a Lego, a piece of Lego, the pieces that children play with. So you got these boxes. This box is like your inverter, and it's got also storage in it, so you've got intelligence in there. But if you've got one, you can light up this and whatever, but you can just buy another one and just plug it like you plug a Lego. And you buy another one, you plug it, and you don't need a technician, you just plug it. Then when you plug it, it is able to sense that how many are already here and talk to the others. Are you getting me? Now, you have electricity, like me, myself now, by 11 o'clock in the morning, my batteries are full from the sun, right? Charging from the sun. So for most of the day, I am actually having surplus electricity every day. Now, if I had allowed some of my neighbors to plug into my system, I would be selling them electricity at half price to ESCOM, because it's the electricity that I'm wasting now. Are you getting me? So you connect this thing, you connect to me, you connect to him, you connect like that. So we create like a spider's web. You can put 500,000 households on this thing without a grid. Are you getting me? It is the intelligent is in each box, and they can communicate. They know, okay, is that one who's short of electricity? I can offer them to sell them. They can buy it. So you combine not just power systems, you combine it with intelligence, which is software and other things, and a market to sell this electricity. So I can tell you now that the grid that these fellows are talking about, it's going to take a long time to reach Luzupu village in Lusigisigi, if it will ever get there. But I can go there in my parky, with these boxes and actually create light there and power. And I can actually hook up the whole village. Are you getting my drift here? Yes. So basically the behavior of that system, this e-swarm, is copied from the swarm of birds. When you see whether it's bees or birds, when they move like one organism, but there is no leader. Right? And I will say this to you, that perhaps the closest, depending whether you are a party goer or not, if you go to parties, there's a dance that happens, the jive, that is called the bus stop. So for you to master the bus stop, you don't have to listen to any leader. Ne? You just copy what your neighbor is doing. Isn't it? You look at your neighbor, one, and then all of you, but when a person is looking from a distance, you behave as if you are one organism. So that is the key concept here, to say it doesn't need a system controller, doesn't need somebody sitting at head office anywhere. It is actually moving, and these systems are available. They are already being implemented en masse as we speak today. Then let me, as I head towards my conclusion, because I see I'm not doing a formal presentation here, let me agree with the view that we do need nuclear power in South Africa. We do need coal power, including clean coal power in South Africa as we go forward. And for the people who still want to do research, I will say this, that my view of life in Africa and life in the third world, every problem that you see in Africa is an opportunity for innovation. It's an opportunity for you to create a solution. And that solution can become an institution, it can become a business. So we do not, I'm working with these chiefs now, in the Eastern Cape, for instance. To say, good fellows, you've been waiting since 1994 for the comrades to come and do development, and they are not coming. Right now, they are in the final stages of looting. They are taking part cost now. They are running for the hills. And you are sitting here waiting for them to come and develop you. They are not coming. So we need to start like a nucleus of development. You use what you have. Don't want to go and start in Tabankulu a program of 60 million. You can start a project of 40,000 and develop it and develop it and develop it. So I'm going down to Tabankulu next month. We're starting a meat master sheep. You know sheep? Sheep Ikush. Starting a meat master breeding program in the villages. You start end of October. You can start with 10. And you get 5 or 10 professionals who have a little bit of money. They also start their own. Look at me in 10 years' time and see what happens. The last one with those chaps in the squatter camp there by my area. I said to them, and I'm going to sit down now, that you see this school here, this needs to go back to be a school, because this property here can be a high-value property. So there's a young man there at the time, 2022, I was 23 years old. I say, you know, young man, you are a leader here now. You are fighting for these people to have a squatter camp. You are on the wrong track already. I am saying, let's turn this school into a school of robotics. This one, and I can lead that. In 3 years' time, your starting salary, if you do badly, and I train you in robotics for 3 years, if you do badly, your starting salary will be 15,000. And you may discover that that 15,000 can pay the 350s per month of all these people who are in this quarter camp you've created. So I am then saying to you that you can start where we are, and we can introduce this high value. It's a combination of technologies, the ICT technologies, electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, creating smart villages, creating smart townships. And I was talking to one over the weekend, and I'm saying, Menier, we can create 24-hour software development hubs here in Soweto every 5 kilometers, 24-hour with 1,000 seats each. Now that is transformation. But you need that thing to be powered 24 hours, and we can also design these powerful solutions. I talked to one TVET that built solar panels. Now this technology I was talking about is a Swiss technology, by the way. But we can actually reverse engineer these things and recreate them here in South Africa even better than the Swiss. Let me sit down. Thank you.
Start where you are. Have a nucleus of development. Our life here is an opportunity for innovation. As I invite Ms. Poppy Njapa, who is the chief engineer responsible in the National Transmission Company of South Africa, her focus is around grid planning, infrastructure, and technical bottlenecks. My appeal to you, as with the other panelists, is that you tell us how we have succeeded with renewable energy, dependence on grid, and what are the main technical and planning challenges integrating large renewables into South Africa's grid, and where do you see opportunities for student-led innovation or applied projects to address grid resilience and modernization? Tate Muswana has spoken to some. How do we balance infrastructure investments with affordability for end users? As I hand over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Oops. Sorry. Thank you. Not sure how to navigate this. Am I audible? Am I audible now? Still not. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our UNISA leadership students, esteemed colleagues, policymakers and community leaders, as well as organizers, my fellow panelists, our moderator. Thank you so much for a warm welcome. My name is Poppy Njapa from the National Transmission Company of South Africa, also known as the NTCSA. I'm a chief engineer there. I have got about 20 years of power system related experience. And before I even start, I'd like to acknowledge Dr. Moyeng for extending the invite. It is truly an honor to be here. Perhaps to start off, I just want to say we've gathered here not merely to discuss energy transition, but to shape the future that is just, inclusive, and distinctly South African. Today, we stand at the intersection of energy, equity, and economic transformation. So the just energy transition is not merely a technical shift, it is a moral imperative. It must reflect lived realities of South Africans, especially those in coal-dependent regions, while embracing the global call of decarbonization or decarbonize. So as we transition, perhaps we must ask who benefits, and who is left behind. And how do we ensure that our energy future is not only green, but it's just? So now, if you just allow me to just go back just a few months ago here when we were at the CNA symposium, I tried to highlight the importance of T&D in power systems, or from the power systems perspective. I think often when we speak about energy from the power system perspective, I think the interest tends to slant a bit towards, or the interest is towards generation, but there's importance of T&D, which is transmission and distribution, because with all this generation that you have, you still need to move, or you still need to transmit those electrons to the load centers. So I think as we transition, then policy come into play from a power system that has largely for decades relied on fossil fuels. Now you need to transition towards cleaner resources. And as you do that, we shouldn't lose sight, or as Eskom and the NTCSA, we don't lose sight of the fact that you still need an intact power grid, which still needs refurbishment. And by refurbishment, now with the transitioning, it means it's not a plug and play. You know, if something is broken, you need to make sure that whatever that you go and equip it with, it will also just be like seamless to afford the transition to happen. Now, when you look at the South African power system, you know, most of our renewables, and Prof mentioned it, they are largely in the southern parts of the country, which we often refer to as the Greater Cape, with two provinces, such as, for instance, your Western Cape, as well as the Eastern Cape, as well as KwaZulu-Natal. The one that is inland is the Northern Cape, where you have this ample resources of renewables that we have to now make sure that we move away from the fossil fuels. And as a transmission, or as the NTCSA, our role then in ensuring that this transition happen is to respond to the integrated resource plan. And in so doing, then it means we had to come up with a transmission development plan, which speaks about rolling out 14,000 kilometers of line. And it does prove a challenge. First, the first challenge that we foresee as Eskom and as the NTCSA is moving away from fossil fuels. Prof spoke about rotating machines. You do realize that your inertia gets compromised because you don't have those rotating machines anymore. So the first challenge is from the power system stability point of view. Now you need to ensure that when you lose these renewables, you still are able to power South Africa. And with the IRP, it does show you a generation mix. And let's face it, gas is expensive, you know, and as an engineer, gas for me makes sense because it's flexible. It's easy for you to switch on gas when you don't have conventional power. So with that said, I think the main thing that we are doing as the NTCSA is to roll out the transmission development plan. And other challenges that we foresee is that with the 14,000 kilometers of line and the importance of transmission in this case, you needed to evacuate all the excess generation towards the load centers. It can be from the Eastern Cape towards KwaZulu-Natal. It can be from the Northern Cape as well as the Western Cape going to Gauteng, for instance. And obviously not losing sight of what's happening in the northern parts of the country, where these fossil fuels have to be shut down. And with that said, I just also want to highlight that the NTCSA, it is indeed the backbone of South Africa's energy transformation. It is an enabler of the shift from fossil fuel to heavy generation and to a diversified renewables-driven grid. So when you look at, for instance, the areas that then we are looking at grid modernization and expansion. We're looking at unlocking renewable capacity, and there's introduction of independent transmission program, the ITPs, and that is just to ensure that the transmission development plan rollout does become successful. We're also looking at ensuring decarbonizing the energy access. And when it comes to policy alignment, the NTCSA's roadmap is tightly aligned with the IRP, ensuring that the transmission investment supports the national climate goals, energy security, and inclusive economic growth. So I spoke about the role of the transitioning or JET in the NTCSA. Now allow me to speak about policy reform, and I would like to touch on coal development as well as the justness. So in my view then, South Africa's JET must reflect its status in developing country with abundant coal reserves. And as I say this, I think coal should not really be vilified. It must be strategically deployed with cleaner technologies such as carbon capture, repurposing of these substations, of these power stations to support base load needs while transitioning. So I just want to highlight the importance of having conventional power within the system, because you need to make sure. I'll make an example. For instance, if you're on a highway, you are driving and one of the tires comes out, you can just imagine what happens to the stability of that vehicle. It just goes out of control. So when you don't have the rotating machines, these machines are interconnected. They make sure that when you lose one of the units, you're able to go back into like the system as soon as possible in balancing your generation as well as your demand. Otherwise, you will, for instance, experience under frequency load shedding, or you'll have to shed because your generation as well as your demand, they're not matching or not aligned. So when it comes to addressing the skills development and workforce transition, we're looking at transmission skills pipeline, and the NTCSA is collaborating with JET Skills Portfolio to build technical capacity in grid planning, operations, maintenance critical of sustaining their transition. We're looking at skilling coal communities. The NTCSA supports retaining initiatives in Mpumalanga, aligning the JET municipalities and in Mpumalanga portfolio to ensure transmission jobs reach affected communities. So now in closing, or bringing this to a close, I'd like to highlight the fact that the NTCSA is just not laying down wires. It is laying down the foundation for a new energy democracy, a grid that is open, fair, and future ready. So as we move from monopoly market, from exclusion to inclusion, let us ensure that every community, every entrepreneur, and every South African has a stake in this transition. The grid must not only carry the electrons, but it must also carry hope. Thank you so much.
Let the grid only not carry electrons. So the just energy transition skills development, that's a key takeaway for me, and that we should not vilify coal, rather focus on repurposing to prepare for the base load. I think that's what is coming out of this discussion, and I guess from that we can have key takeaways in terms of what sort of research projects can we talk about if you were to transition, or we have to have readily available innovators. Where do we come in terms of this discussion? May that continue to occupy your minds, because we should not lose sight of why we are here. I'm now going to call so there are cross-cutting questions that I want you to focus on. I welcome Ms. Piwengwenya, who is a senior manager focusing on climate mitigation from the Presidential Climate Commission. Her focus is on policy, climate governance, and mitigation. And I guess you'll be able to talk to some of the issues that Dr. Masanganyi spoke to around if we were just to remove us there, what will happen?
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me. So thanks for the intro. Before I start, I have a big disclaimer to make. So Dr. Moeng didn't tell me to prepare anything. So I am basically, gonna be agile and, just freestyle it and speak about the work I have been doing and acquired over the years. I do hope that, from what I will say, everyone here in the room will find it worthy. And also, but that I'm contributing to a very important discussion and debate in society. So I'm Simpiwe Ngwenya. I work in the mitigation team of the Presidential Climate Commission. So I want to just give a brief background about the PCC for short. So the PCC really comes from the Job Summit, I think, of 2019. And there were just like really significant and major concerns around climate change impacts, especially both when you speak about climate change impacts, there are physical climate change impacts that come from the weather impacts themselves, but there are also transitional climate change impacts that are caused by policies as well as technology shifts as the countries within which we trade and just, interact within this multilateral environment. So there's those different types of risks. So that realization that then brought about the need for a commission to really focus on, the risks that are posed by climate change on jobs and, the just transition movement in itself that was led by COSATU. And so the PCC then adopted the just transition movement, and then, we developed a just transition framework, which is a cabinet approved document. And within that just transition framework that was cabinet approved in 2022 for the first time, issues around how to transition to a low carbon economy, but also noting that the just transition framework articulates the term net zero towards 2050. What we mean by net zero towards 2050 is that there's a balance in the emissions, greenhouse gas emissions overall that are being emitted and those that are also being absorbed into the atmosphere. And all of this is done, to mitigate mostly the physical climate change impacts, which are really going to be dire. If, the physical climate change impacts continue to happen, we will not have a world to operate in. And that is the truth, of the matter and the reality. And so our just transition framework was cabinet approved. And, for the first time, we articulated risks in communities, particularly those where there are sectors, they are really dependent on key sectors of the one key sector of the economy, for example, Mpumalanga, as well as communities in the Eastern Cape, notably because of the electric vehicle transition, and even communities in Lephalale, in Limpopo, I think, and Polokwane, yes, in Lephalale. So the work of the PCC, what we do is that we consult extensively with the intention of creating policy documents and advisory documents to cabinet, and ensuring that the advice that we do make to government, all spheres of government, really incorporates the different social partners of the PCC. Our social partners include business, labor, community, civil society, government, youth, as well as research institutions. And why this is important is because the just transition means different things to different people, right? So for labor, the just transition means no one is going to lose a job. For civil society, the just transition means the people in Mpumalanga are not going to be breathing air that is killing them, whilst they still have energy security. For business, it means having a future within which they can operate. And so it's important to ensure that all these views are really incorporated within the just transition. And so the three key justices that we speak of in the just transition framework are procedural justice, which means that, we really have to consult, avail in people, consult extensively to people, capacitate, but also when you're consulting, you're not only, giving out knowledge, you're also taking in, because people are experts within the environments that they operate in. And restorative justice, which means that as we transition to a low carbon economy, there will be no justice if we are not able to really make better the injustices of the past. cost. And so this is why at the PCC, we've got a developmental approach towards climate change as a whole. You cannot solve for climate change if you are not addressing, the issues of development. And the last one is redistributive justice. The risks of the transition cannot really be only on Mpumalanga. And so the risks really need to be distributed, and that's why it is important in noting those communities that are at risk. How are we then ensuring that we are capacitating those communities so that they can continue to operate beyond towards a future that is not the environment that they work in? And so when we start our work, we really just note that South Africa currently is not just. Our inequality coefficient, the Gini coefficient, is 0.63%, is the highest in the world, higher than Nigeria. And so the world within which we live is not just. Our unemployment is really high. It sits at 33% with a youth unemployment of 45%. There's no justice there. The poverty, about 55% of South Africans live in justice. And so we really have to think about and begin envisioning and planning a future that is low carbon, moving towards net zero, but also a future that everyone can participate in, where we don't speak about, unemployment levels of, 33% and youth unemployment of 45%. And so in contextualizing the just transition, I think it's also important to note that we think that at the PCC, the conversation of energy security, energy access as well as environment, it's not an either or. We think a world where all are treated equally is a world that can exist. And so when we talk about increasing the penetration of renewable energy, it is in a world where we're increasing the penetration of renewable energy such that we can begin to unlock new industries, because the current industries and the society that we operate in, we are finding that industries are closing, and so there are job losses to be mitigated. But within that, there's a need for broader economic diversification. And what better way to think about economic diversification in a world that really, has to begin to move towards a low carbon environment. Going into some of the work that we have been doing, we really have been focusing on those really vulnerable sectors. Of course, power would be one of the sectors, or electricity, energy as a whole, but with a very big focus on electricity because of the carbon intensity of our electricity, right? As well as transport, the entire value chain of transport. So when you speak about petrochemicals, we're really concerned about the risks to the petrochemical sector, and not only, the petrol attendants because of electric vehicles, but even our synthetic fuels production. So it's not only the petrol attendant that's at risk, even the mechanic is at risk. And so when we talk about value chain impacts, and so we have to begin to have these, it's really tough conversations to be had, but these tough conversations open up a space where we begin to identify measures to mitigate these risks, but also, again, identify new opportunities. So when we speak about electricity or energy, I want to focus on the topic of energy poverty. We are really concerned about energy poverty at the Presidential Climate Commission. Not only energy poverty in terms of access, but energy poverty because of affordability. A majority of our population cannot afford electricity. The current free basic electricity allocation to indigent households, I think, is about 50 kilowatt hours monthly. That is not sufficient to sustain a household. And so what we're seeing is that, households that can provide, cleaner electricity and, solar PVs are doing that, but at what cost? The more affluent households that are installing solar PVs, it means there is being an impact towards overall electricity and pricing structures. And so which means the subsidies are being eroded from the system. And who benefits from those subsidies? It's those vulnerable households. And so there's a need for a conversation around, better policy and pricing policy planning around the subsidies, but also as the nature of electricity production is changing, because we're moving towards a decentralized electricity system. I think the lady from NTCSA touched on it, and even Prof. Sampson. But as we move towards this decentralized electricity system, the affluent households can take care of themselves, but what about the poor? What about the poor? Are we saying that the poor will no longer have access access to electricity? Is it the poor that are only going to be left on the grid that is really carbon intense? They can't afford to pay for it. They cannot. And so in some of the consultations we've been having, there were recommendations from stakeholders, because we're a multi-stakeholder body, to increase the allocation of free basic electricity. But how do you do that in a shrinking tax base? And so that's why the developmental agenda is really important in matters of climate. Again, just talking about the transmission infrastructure, we've got a study on national grid hosting capacities. The main aim of that study is to understand just overall, as you know, we understand the need for the infrastructure that NTCSA speaks about, but what are the pressure points there? But also, where do you put these large-scale transmission infrastructure? There's a correlation between where we're putting these large-scale development and infrastructure and job creation. But are those communities within those spaces being made ready? And so there's an overall need for better planning and implementation. We have been doing work around the nationally determined contributions. I must say I'm still scarred from that process. It is a process that is really quite contested. So my work focuses mainly on, net zero emissions pathways and advising the different sectors of the economy. But as the PCC, I have colleagues that are experts on adaptation, and they focus mainly on adaptation and resilience. And they've been doing work around the climate change impacts in eThekwini, as well as now moving on to the Eastern Cape. We've got colleagues that focus on skills and what are the skills required into the future, and even local partnership implementation models. And so just to note that my work is really focused on reducing emissions, very contested space, I must say. And so when we did work around the NDCs, to show that the PCC is really a multi-stakeholder body based on science, our mandate is really to do the research and then consult on the research. The recommendations that we had put on the table, the agreement from the Commission, especially around the numbers, around mitigation. I wanted to say, Dr. Pindile, unfortunately the numbers matter, because in international platforms, when we go to negotiating tables, we do need the numbers. The numbers matter in terms of understanding and how they can unlock certain, preferential financing and some concessional financing that helps us transition. And so there was disagreement around some of the numbers that we did put forth around the PCC's NDC recommendations for 2035. But that speaks to procedural justice, in that everyone's considerations were made. There were polarized views from business as well as labor, but there were also polarized views from the youth. The youth are really worried about the future they're going to inherit, right? The electricity prices keep going up. The faith community is really worried about the physical climate impacts, because churches are often the ones that respond when there are, physical or floods in those areas. But what is really important to note that speaking about the issues of governance, no one is opposed to the transition, but the main concern is around the absorptive capacity of the state, around this big change that is happening, as well as whether or not we would be able, to implement. And so the issue of governance, as well as transparent governance, is one that is really important. We are equally concerned about that. Someone spoke about ring fencing some development. The model for China is very interesting. What China has done is that they are looking at ring fencing, some of their steel production, which I think so that they can continue to export because of, taxes such as CBAM. I do think that we've got special economic zones that are developing in South Africa. We need significant strategies around, ensuring continued trade. Most of our trade partners, the EU, the UK, and China have made commitments towards net zero and are committed to the Paris Agreement. And so in order for us to sustain our trade but ensure local economic development, we must position ourselves as a country such that we can continue to trade. But what's important, I want to stress the need for economic diversification, not only because there are sectors that are going to be closing down, but because our country currently needs, a new economic strategy because of the high levels of unemployment. I've spoken about the issue of electric vehicles. There's risks there to the auto sector, the manufacturing sector, because of the rules of trade. We do need a local EV industry. We do need local EV uptake for us to continue to export a certain number of EVs. So we really need, as a country, to really think about the strategy around electric vehicles. They are currently expensive. I too cannot afford one, and so there's no justice around electric vehicles at this point. But if the price does not reduce, what are we saying about the workers at VW? What are we saying about the workers at BMW that need a local EV market for them to continue working? There are several risks to this energy transition that I've spoken about, but I think there are also opportunities. We've spoken about the minerals. There are minerals that are being manufactured locally, that are available locally, but even within the SADC region. And so we also have to start thinking about just, broader, SADC region trade and not South Africa only trading on its own. And so to the question of priority research areas, my time is up. To the question of priority research areas, when we were doing our nationally determined contributions, a lot of the work that we do is based off of modeling. Like, we do a lot of modeling, and so we use the modeling, the results from the modeling, to start the conversation, but to also shape the discussions and the policy recommendations that we do make. Unfortunately, we've got one leading institution that we are all depending on as a country, which I think is not a justice. That space of economy-wide energy modeling does need to grow. We cannot be depending on, one institution or two institutions. What we're finding is that the modeling capability of South Africa is extremely good where it does exist. But I do think that, there's a need for economy-wide energy modeling for that space to grow. But even more so, we are solving for the justness in the transition. As the energy transition is happening, what we need to do is realize the justice out of it. And as that happens, we need integrated thinking across disciplines. So it's great that, the School of Humanities is having an energy Indaba, but we need integration across institutions, but even across departments. And I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sisi. My key takeaway here is that as we model, let our models not only be economical and financial, but be social. There should be social integration also. We should not just be talking about how then do we just remove what we have at the moment, but rather find ways of integrating, find a multidisciplinary, for lack of a better word, modeling institution. And I think we are at the right place where we can say, you finance modelers and you economic modelers, there are social scientists here, there are also those who are in humanities who can make it more inclusive, just, and affordable. Now we have almost at the end of our session, but I thought it was important also now to give this good audience of ours an opportunity to respond, to ask the panelists the questions. But what I want us to be reminded of is why we are here. This is a platform where these panelists need to share their perspectives from policy, industry, academia, and governance. Make sure that your questions are such that we will still have those key takeaways that we say we want to have. We also need to be sure that we can, as we sit and reflect, we can identify research gaps and opportunities to inform what our honors and masters and doctoral projects should focus on. Thirdly, I'm just reminding us as we craft your questions to say, this panelist needs to respond, and when you ask them, it should be such that we are driving towards also ensuring that we explore how to balance academic rigor with real-world relevance, ensuring that graduates are industry-ready innovators. She reminded us that for every 100 youth that we have, in that group of youth, 45 of them are unemployed. This includes those with honors degrees and master's degrees, but the opportunity is now to make the change that we want to see. we also need to be finding ways of debating. I like what she also said. It's not only about energy poverty, it's not only about access, but it's also about affordability. So we need to debate affordability, inclusivity, and governance in this transition. So I'm going to be very strict. One question per panelist. And when you ask the question, make sure that you indicate who the question is directed to. And in the interest of time also, we rather take questions and then we make sure that we capture, maybe do 4 questions per round, and such that we ensure that all the panelists can respond to whatever that they have. Can we have a roving mic? I have one of our audience here. You introduce yourself and indicate who your question is directed to, and with those objectives in mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is I had spoken earlier. My question is to Dr. Fundi as well as Mr. Swan. They spoke about nuclear, and in speaking about technology and speaking about an energy mix, a lot of the time nuclear is really not considered. With our membership as COSATU, the National Union of Mine Workers has members in Kruger working on nuclear. So what is the thinking behind nuclear and its role in the energy mix? I think Dr. Fundi, we can also link that to the issue of critical minerals and what role that plays in our transition way forward. I just want to commend Simpiwe on representing the Presidential Climate Commission quite adequately and raising issues that are critical for us on energy policy, on justices as defined in the Just Transition Framework. I think it's very important that we have that backing when we start thinking about and speaking to a transition. And I think just to plenary to also, develop that modeling capacity is very important. With my knowledge, I know one university that has assisted with the NDC processes, and I think that's very problematic if we don't have adequate scientists and school of thought engaging on such critical matters of the country and relying on one institution which will give the PCC a different reflection to the DFFE. So then you start to think about the validity of that research and that modeling. So I think it's a call to the University of South Africa to also apply to something that element.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I'm Linda Wiso, and I work as a professor in the Institute for Catalysis and Energy Solution of the College of Science, Engineering and Technology. So we're based in Johannesburg in the science campus. I truly appreciate your presentations. I feel so inspired, and I just want to invite you to a platform that was established by the College of Science, Engineering and Technology, and we call it a Social Innovation Hub. So the Social Innovation Hub was established to ensure that there is communication and conversation between academics, professors, as well as public and private sector. Because I'm running away from a situation where we gather together here and members exciting presentations. At the end of the day, if we were to look at impact, we don't see the impact. So there is the Social Innovation Hub, where I would like to invite you to sit in that platform, because we would like you to inform the curriculum, also design short-learning programs. So I would like you to have an impact in the way you design those short-learning programs, so that at the end of the day, we can produce a workforce that is relevant to the needs of society, to the needs of private sector, as well as the needs of public sector. And so don't be surprised if I follow you, because I will ensure that I get your contact details. So I was very impressed by the work that you do, Mr. Sandy Beswana. I think I appreciate the passion to highest capital and your approach in terms of how we can transform cities as well as communities. So I want to say that in South Africa we have the Department of Science and Innovation. We also have NRF. So NRF is funding masters and PhD students. So we do have the workforce once, because this is like, if you're looking at UNISA, it's more of its house for intellectuals. So this is where intelligent people come. So they do need a direction. So I would like to hear you speak to that, to say how we can have impact in society. And we also have a very powerful portfolio at UNISA, which is focusing on community engagement, and it's one of the key performance indicators. So we are all forced to actually, have those community engagement activities. So it would be nice if you can come and speak to that and give us a strategy to say, now that there are professors and intellectuals, how do we build these sustainable cities and towns? So I think I would like to hear you speak from the social innovation lab to give us that strategy and how we can be practical in impacting our cities and towns. And then and Mr. Bata as well, from the Social Innovation Lab platform. Last year we did invite Mr. David Mahlobo as well as Mr. Sikias Gawala. They came to highlight the challenges that they experience, so we were able to redesign our curriculum as well as the research that is currently speaking to those issues. So we were thinking of coming up with the student training center of the UNISA. So the reason why we want to set up the student training center, we want to start building the prototypes now, because the university is most of the time focusing on theory. In research and innovation, most of the time is focusing on theory. Now we say that we want to start building these prototypes. For example, we want to have a small sensor here at UNISA, so that students can know how to produce transportation fuels, chemicals, and wax from A to Z, so that when they come out, when they graduate from university, they're actually ready for SASO. So we really need to bridge that gap. Otherwise, we end up not understanding the role of the university. So we really want to hear your voice in that space, more especially considering the fact that we are sitting at 45.5% rate of unemployment for kids. Think of your own, I don't even have a child, but think of your own kids as a mother, as a father. What are you saying about the future of these kids? So I think we need to be very ambitious in terms of giving youth technical skills. And I like the fact that I've heard a lot of you start from where you are. I want to say, yes, I come from the world. I don't need to be president. I use the 4 master students I have, the 2 PhD students I have. We are doing where we can. So I think that's the least we can do, because we have human capital. So you need to govern right where you are. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Prof. May I ask, because we've had more comments, and I appreciate the comments that have been made, you must try and keep them short and to the point and direct them. I appreciate that we still having another session. We are behind schedule. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Director. My name is Joyo. I am from Mola and Elmelo. Currently wearing many hats, but let me just stick to one hat, because I want to ask a question on its calendars to who sits in view from the PCC. I am also a national spokesperson for the National Association of Artisanal Miners, which is the advocacy body for the formalization of the informal sector, especially or specifically the artisanal miners, according to also the amendments of the APRPA. Now, I want to understand and ask if is there any thought or any research that is being done regarding transitioning from large-scale mining to artisanal and small-scale mining? Because I think also India was mentioning the three principles of the just transition, which one of them is restorative justice. So we all know that our people, Africans, have never participated meaningfully in the resources that is under their feet. So now that we have this opportunity of just transition, and we know that the life-saving money are closing down, the question is, how do we make sure that the small guys, the guys that never had an opportunity and the church historically are able to be introduced, given an opportunity to also mine in the critical minerals so that they can be able to supply localized beneficiation, so that we don't talk about importing solar, importing batteries, importing everything, but having some of these things being produced, manufactured, mined here in our own country, and we can be able to add value-added products to the world. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair. I'm actually Manike from the Institute for Social and Health Sciences. My interest is on the health costs to energy. So my question is also for the PCC. Congratulations on Kevin. That's a great appointment. My comment is around the costs that certain kinds of energies affect certain communities, and not all communities are affected equally. From the health side, there's indications that the 2,700 deaths and 100,000 hospitalizations just due to burns, and there's a strong association between those burns and hospitals. They're not distributed equally. Communities that are most affected are those that are in the urban settlements, and the consequences for that, of course, there's quite a bit on this, but there's lifelong consequences for families and communities involved. What are the strategies to protect those communities and to replace those fuels? There have been lots of initiatives around taking paraffin, for example, of domestic household, but I'm not sure how successful that is and whether it's effective, because the rates of hospitalization have still stayed high for the last few years. Thank you.
You.
For development studies. That is something as well. As you were speaking, I sensed what I consider to be a very decolonial approach to how you are solving the community problems of energy. That you don't have to wait for 100 billions that are coming, but you are acting straight right on the point. Have you, in the projects that you're working on, maybe been requested by some local municipalities, based on the positive results you're getting, to partner with you in solving these problems? Or is it something that you just envision you can just work on independently?
Okay. Yo. Do we still have more? Can I maybe propose that whoever I will have not allowed, I'm taking the last one as I allow the panel to prepare their responses. In that order, I'll start with Simpiwe Ngwenya. You may ask your question, and then I'll ask Tatem Swana, and then because it looks like majority of the questions were directed to them, and then I'll request my colleagues my other panelist members to then respond to the remainder of the questions that Tate Swana and Gwenya will have not responded to. You may ask your question. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm also from development studies. I focus on urban households, the poorest living issues studied properly. And I look at how they cope with energy, with load shedding, with high electricity prices, and obviously it's a very, very challenging area to study because they use electricity illegally to cope. So what I just want to ask, and I don't want to single out a specific panelist, I want to know what energy, because I'm looking at a macro understanding of that you guys have, I mean, local understanding. What type of energy can produce the most jobs, direct and indirect, and grow the economy, while at the same time be the most affordable for our poorest households? That's basically what I want to know. And it's a very simple question.
Thank you. And I think that's where even Tatembata will come in. Because in our case, we consider on the downstream, service stations are the low hanging where we can have integrated energy centers, and they create lots of opportunities from across the value chain, direct and indirect jobs. I think you will be able to talk to that. As I said, I start with Mengwenya, then Tate Swana, then my colleagues will respond. I think everyone will have a say in your last question. Thank you. Yes. Maybe where's the Romy mic?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the question. So the questions that were actually posed particularly to me are questions that we really are concerned about in terms of the PCC. They are areas of research, and so I might not have a direct answer, but I do want to note around the importance of, I guess, critical minerals, particularly for, electric vehicles as well as, as well as renewable energy systems. When there's a project that we are doing that looks at, the resource allocation of minerals that would be required in the future within the SADC region, and considering our strong transport infrastructure, what would it take to make South Africa the beneficiation hub within the SADC region? And so those are conversations we should be having, especially around how to involve, SMMEs within this broader discussion. So I don't have a specific answer to your question, but I think that's something we are really concerned about around making sure that this economy that we speak about of the future, everyone has access to it, because it's really about reconstructing the economy so that more people are able to play a role within the economy, but also, get, rewards from this particular economy. The health cost to energy. So it's hard to really put a price on overall energy costs to human health. When we did our net zero studies that influenced our recommendations for the NDCs, we looked at the co-benefits of climate mitigation towards net zero, looking particularly trying to cost system health impacts. We did get to numbers, but those numbers are still being interrogated. So it's hard to really have a specific number. But the study does show that if you move towards, cleaner fuels, you alleviate some pressure on the overall health system, which the taxpayer does pay for eventually. But also those individuals residing in those communities can also become more employable in the future, because if you've got certain respiratory conditions, it means you are not able to participate in certain mining activities. So there are certain co-benefits towards climate change mitigation as a whole. And when we made the case for, reducing the carbon emissions, the actual health benefits, especially in terms of air quality impacts, and that there are certain co-benefits that it's hard to put a number on. But if you were to consider that number, it certainly does outweigh some of, concerns around, GDP. So we do think about that. The question around electricity, I think, what was the question? It was jobs and affordable energy. I think that was a big question. I think there's a whole value chain to be thought of in terms of energy, and, who are you supplying to, what kind of energy, and the distances. And so I don't personally have an answer to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
So on the question of nuclear power, first of all, nuclear power, in terms of emissions of greenhouse gases and all that, is a clean energy. right? Yes. So, so when we are thinking about a clean energy future, nuclear power has got to be present in that. Now, Professor Mukwege did actually show us a percentage of a distribution. I personally was not happy with the percentages. I think they're too small. Nevertheless, your question is about the future. So the future also deals with those percentages. But from a practical perspective, I think there are three things to consider. One, South Africans, there's been a lot of propaganda over the years that this thing nuclear will do this, it will do all sorts of things to you, which is unscientific. Two, which means that you have to educate society. If you are going to then be more involved in nuclear. And then somebody here mentioned the issue of us having special economic zones and all of that things. I think that there could be areas where you use modular nuclear reactors to actually provide that energy for those locations like that. Bearing in mind the economics of nuclear as well. Then there are two more things to consider. One is that people talk about accidents. When they talk about these accidents are usually caused by human beings, human error. And you can engineer for that. You can foolproof your designs. And France runs on them big time, and nuclear reactors, big time nuclear safety indicators. For me, the biggest concern we have to put on the table is that once you run your nuclear plants, they are safe, they don't do any damage, they are environmentally friendly. What do you do with the waste material? And as far as I'm aware, nobody has put a conclusive answer to that question. And that is where students need to do the other steps. So with the social innovation, we will engage with that as soon as possible. Thank you. Sorry, I forgot that. I forgot yours. I, for instance, I proposed that robotics center in 2022. It is only this year that I got a call from the municipality to say they want to put it into their IDP or whatever. So it's a very slow process. The other projects that I'm working on, I work with the traditional authorities, the chiefs. I think that is much faster. Thank you.
I'm just going to take a very easy from I'm very practical about my approach. I sent a proposal to one of the universities. I'm not going to mention the name because, so here was my proposal. Every university, I don't know how many staff members are here, that drive into this university every day. But I can tell you, it's a decent number of cars. This is a captured market. Now, imagine collaborating with a university. We build a petrol station within the university. And imagine taking your third-year entrepreneurship students, whatever it is that they study, that is business. Because one of the problems is these students need to graduate and they need practical experience. And imagine we use this petrol station to give them practical experience. And afterwards, they graduate and they are now certificated, they've done their practicals, and I can be on record saying that I will facilitate funding for those students to now go and buy their own petrol stations. It's not a new concept, it's something that we've done through another finance of paid over R1 billion to facilitate these therapies. Then those people are now coming back to employ graduates from the same university they graduated from. It's a no-brainer.
Thank you very much. I think in making my closing remarks, I go back to the example of China. I think one of my panelists made an example. China understood the fact that actually they are facing the global climate crisis, and they also face another crisis, getting 1 billion people out of poverty. That's what they aim at. So what did they do? They said in terms of climate change commitments as a global citizen and greenhouse gas emissions, they commit to be at net zero by 2060. Then they said we've got trade obligations. CBAM has been mentioned, cross-border adjustment mechanisms. So some countries say you can't bring carbon-intensive products to our country. So what did they do? They ring-fence some of their manufacturing things to say this is for export. We're going to power them with low-carbon technologies, which at the time were costing more. But they had a strategy of how to address this limitation to their exports. Then they looked at what Professor Ricardo is saying. And they said, no, the rest of the world is going to need PV panels, solar panels, is going to need. So they supply that to the rest of the world, using their natural endowment. So that's solving for both problems. The problem we have in South Africa, we think we can solve for one. And then the other one comes later. That was my concern with the numbers, that if we know what NDC we are solving for, what are we solving for in terms of reindustrializing this country? And what I'm crying out for is that the strategies talk about the critical minerals. Prof knows that we have a date after this. The critical mineral strategy has got no practical plans. I will not even tell you that in 2026 this is going to happen, in 2027 China has those. And that's what I'm crying for, to say, yes, we know about the NDC. I'm not saying the NDC numbers are not useful. They are very useful because we're telling the world what we're going to do in terms of the global crisis. But what are we telling South Africans in terms of the domestic economic crisis? We've got the South African Renewable Energy Master Plan. If you tell me what I'm going to do tomorrow, you'll be lying. It's at too high level. And this is why I'm saying you need to get involved and say, here's a broader thing, aspiration. Practically, what are we going to do? My brother here next to me is talking, told you practical things that you can do. Build a power station because you've got so many people losing petrol in this area. That's what I'm looking for. Practical solutions that are addressing our economic crisis. We have numbers that are addressing our global crisis. What are the numbers that are addressing our economic crisis? Second example, you crying about nuclear. I'm glad you're raising this issue. Prof has got limitations on what he can say. I don't have those limitations because I see them in this stuff now and again. Small modular nuclear reactors. I'm part of that IRP, which is going to cabinet on the 8th of October. He can tell you that day, I can tell you that day. So those small modular reactors, Google this afternoon when you get home, something called a pebble bed modular reactor. We were leading as this country in terms of those small reactors. South Africa was leading the world in terms of small and modular reactors. It was called pebble bed, PBMR, pebble bed modular reactor. Because we didn't have this practical and granular plans, it shut down. That's the leading technology now. He's mentioned it. We didn't talk about it. But South Africa doesn't have that capability. So we're going to import it in terms of that IRP. Let me give you a last example. 14,000 kilometers of transmission infrastructure. Where's your manufacturing hub? It's not there. So we're going to import. So that's why I'm saying, yes, we're talking about this climate crisis, but we're not putting forth practical plans of how we can use this opportunity to address the domestic economic crisis that we face. Prof, that question is too big. Which energy carrier can create the most jobs? That's what we all want to solve for. So I agree with my panelists. It's not even. But what I do know is that a diversified economic energy mix is what makes a country more secure. And this is where economy needs to raise your voice, because it turns out academia is a more trusted voice. He has raised the issue. People have vilified nuclear as if it's not a low-carbon energy carrier. The reason, one of the concerns we had when I made my personal submission of nuclear, you cannot program on it. My concern was the timeline that they had for it around 2032. And I said, in South Africa, in this litigious environment, in this environment of polarized debate, it's not going to happen. But it's a cleaner energy source. It's a source which we can use to industrialize. But guess what? The conversation is hijacked and it's polarized. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we all agree that we needed more time for this, but in the interest of making sure that we capture everything and we accomplish the objective, there is all deserve a round of applause. Thanks. May I welcome the program director to stage. No, thank you so much for this opportunity. I also learned a lot. Thank you. Thank you.
Colleagues, we are running behind schedule, so I need us to quickly move to the next session. We're going to try our best to keep it short because lunch is ready outside. So I think what has echoed throughout the conversation here is that a just transition is not just if we leave the marginalized and communities that are affected in the coal fields of the Mpumalanga province behind. And that is the reality that we have grappled with and we continue to grapple with. And I encourage colleagues to also, let's write and engage on this topic because it's very important. Let's talk to what the marginalized are going to lose out if the just energy transition is structured as a capital crisis, they call it climate crisis capitalism, whereby others will gain while they are perpetually entrapped in the different injustices that they remained in for so many years. So without wasting more time, I would just like to invite to the podium my activists from the Mpumalanga coalfields, Mr. Thomas Mguni, who is a co-campaigner at Groundwork. He is with Miss Promise Mabilu. She is with VERM. She's also a coal activist. She's an activist, a community activist. She's based in the Mpumalanga in Emalahleni. And Mr. Zetu Hlajayo. I'm not seeing Zetu. Okay. Yes, Mr. Zetu Sachayo, he's part of the I call them the Kutala guys. They are based in Emelo. So, guys, please come join me. I'm not seeing Zetu. Okay, Zetu will come in. We'll go and look for him. But we just want to allow these colleagues to talk to their realities, because a lot of times we gather in the spaces and we talk to what we perceive to be their realities, and we actually neglect what is actually their realities. So we thought it is appropriate, if we are really committed to leaving no one behind, if we are really committed to integrating in the conversation the organic voices who are the real intellectual, who hold the real knowledge that we want to integrate into the scholarly knowledge that as academics we are interested in. So these colleagues, they will talk to what the just transition actually means for them and their realities. And I'm excited about that part, and I'm hopeful that there will be some exciting papers that are going to come out of this session. Colleagues, I hand over to you. I'm not sure if the mics are working properly. Yes, you can move here and just, yeah. Are they? You can decide to sit there or you can come here. Anything is fine, whatever is comfortable for you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Amanda. Awetu. My name, forgive me, I'm also a community leader. I am a comrade, and I am passionate about the work that I do. I will introduce myself again. My name is Zetu Hlajayo. I am a spokesperson for Kutala Environmental Care Group, which is an organization that was formed in the year 2000. So we are enjoying 25 years of struggle. I won't be long and I won't bore you with my details. At least I'm short for my height, so I'm going to be quick and brief. I heard that the lunch is almost ready, so you wouldn't want me to delay you any longer. But what I have to say is very important. I just want to tell you about a bit about Nomzamo Agri Village, which is a community-led driven initiative. Just to give you a small background, Nomzamo is a formal, informal settlement. Unfortunately, the program director didn't tell me so that I can bring my slides so that you can see what I'm talking about there. But there is information that is available, which is a data overview. So whatever I'm talking about here, you can believe it and take my word for it because it's backed by facts and it's proven, and I can share the numbers with you. I heard the professor talking about the importance of numbers. Yes, numbers do matter. So Nomzamo is a community, is a climate resilient community that was established in the year 2016 due to two reasons. The first reason was the floods of 2016. The floods of 2016 affected most of the communities that were living in the low flooding line of our community of Wesselton. So a lot of communities were washed away due to the floods, which were caused by climate change and global warming, of course. And the other challenge was that people don't have land. People do not have land. The issue of landlessness and poverty is really a reality to us. So we had to take an initiative to take the mine from, to take land from the mine and give it to the people. So I will tell you a story about it some other time of how did we do that. But one of the ways that we did it was that we wrote letters, we engaged the mines, we reported all our issues about the degradation and the need for people to have the space of land so that they can have human settlements, they can have land for themselves so that they can have post-mining economies. Because Mpumalanga and Ermelo specifically is a coal mining town. So we are living on the coal belt. So when you hear people talking about there's a 200 years coal, they are talking to us. We are sitting on top of it. So we are also interested in making sure that our people are not dying under the category of poverty, but they can be able to use whatever they have so that they can be able to better their lives and better the lives of the future. So after the floods, so we made a delegation of 10 people, 10 fearless men and women who went and approached our local municipality through a program, because we are believers in programs. If we do not have programs that answer problems, then we won't solve problems, because problems don't solve themselves. They are solved by the people themselves if they have that good intention. So we did also do some smaller pieces of rehabilitation of the land we were talking about of Nomzamo, because when the mine mines, they leave beams, they leave waste, they leave holes. So some of the areas that we inherited from the mine, we did rehabilitate those areas, and we're able to also generate post-mining economies, because one side of Nomzamo Agri Village is called the business area, and the other side is a residential area. So the people who live in Nomzamo do not have to go to a shopping complex anywhere. They can go there where they can support one of their own and be able to generate income and job opportunities at the areas where they live. Nomzamo is currently hosting more than 2,600 people who are living there. We have more than 980 households, and we are the only community that knows itself. By that I mean, we know how many people are there, we know how many people are working, we know that 67% of our people are not working, so they are unemployed, so they are depending on self-employment. We also know that they've been spending a lot of money when they were buying their household needs. Your candles were the biggest expense, and also others such as paraffin, coal, and all of that. Sorry about that. So Nomzamo is a typical example of what we term
totally socially owned renewable energies. What is that? So due to the issue that we have the land now, we fought, we got the land, we have the people, they are living there. There is no infrastructure. So where do we begin? So that is where I'm going to talk about the power of collaboration and having partners. And our mentor here at some point, we gave him a call to say, hey, Pratom, who can help us with solars? People need electricity. Unfortunately, by that time, it was still not fashionable to talk about renewable energies because nobody knew even a company that produces them. Nonetheless, through attending some of the programs such as your PCC, such as your energy summits, we were able to raise our issues and talk about Nomzamo to say we do have a community of Nomzamo Agri Village. These are the people who are desperate for alternative service delivery or desperate for services. That is when we got an approach from an organization called Green Cape, whom we are very grateful for. And I believe that day also, Mpumalanga Green Cluster Agency was also being established on that day. So on the same meeting, we had an opportunity to also engage with some of the people from the embassies, whereby we have learned that they do have an interest, and there are ways and means for people to also get solutions for their challenges. Because we've been championing and talking about renewable energies, talking about the climate change and all of this, but we needed also to bring solutions to the problems. So that is when we had something that was called a site inspection, whereby all the possible funders, all the organizations that are in the space were invited to come to Nomzamo Agri Village to see if we are talking about something that can be workable. Fortunately enough for us, we did a very nice presentation for them and we showed them around. One of the things that was shocking was that everyone was shocked to say that this is the community that is different, uniquely in a way that we are the community that are willing to lead the change. We are not waiting for someone that's going to come and lead us. And when we are talking about Nomzamo Agri Village, we are the people who are leading in Nomzamo, and we've been doing it, and we are going to do it until the end, because we are determined that we want to in Nomzamo to become a prime example of what can be done, what can be achieved through the spirit of collaboration and listening to the community leading itself, instead of coming with solution and saying this is what will work for you and this is what will work for you. So Nomzamo, as I'm talking to you, through the support of the embassies, we have managed to put in more than 480 household decentralized household systems. So by that I mean each and every household, they have got their own solar panel, solar power brick, and also their cabling and their system, which is for themselves. And that system that they have, they can be able to use it for one, they can be able to use it to be able to power their sources, to power their houses. But more than that, we also fitted about 60 street lights and 10 community refrigeration, whereby those people who are looking after the fridges, they have also been created a job opportunity where they can looking after the food, but they can be also getting R1 for each one person who puts in something there. I will tell you all about it when we do our networking. Thank you so much. Amanda.
Ngiyaxolisa Budzethu, ngiyaxolisa. May I promise, can I please hand over to you? Thank you.
Sanibonani. Ninjani? Sanibonani? Ninjani? Siyaphila. Hey, I'm nervous today. I don't know why. Yeah, ngizothatha amandla kodwa. My name is Promise Mabilo again. I'm from Mpumalanga in Emalahleni. I'm with Vukani Environmental Justice Movement in Action. We are a community-based organization, and we are just looking into our environmental issues that we have within Emalahleni. Without waste of time, I know I can speak for 4 hours without any stop and a pause, because sometimes I become emotional when I speak around the issues that we faced in eMalahleni. It's easier for most people to speak on behalf of Mpumalanga province without knowing or exercising the feeling of what we feel directly as communities through our health, through our livelihood that we depend on. But to be short, when it comes to the just transition, when we speak of the just transition, we have seen that this is a big elephant for all of us. We didn't know where to start touching it, but within our communities, we did understand that the just transition is not about energy. We are bringing a very big mistake when we are only focusing on energy. Even now, not all of us, we are working at ISCOM or in the power stations. But once we bring together the things that we need, especially within our space, we said, we even presented that to the PCC to say, the just transition is big, yes, but the most needed thing, that is the energy, because in Mpumalanga we are having people who are really sick, really depending on energy to save their medication. So we started to, when we presented to them, we said our key things on the just transition is food, is water, is energy, because now all of us, we are moving on energy. Who is busy with water? We are having a lot of wastewater within Mpumalanga. Who is training people on how to test water, to do a lot of things around, just passing there. So on the just transition, as we are looking into energy, we are having our own project within eMalahleni around energy. I'm sorry, I'm not used in using mic. I think I do have a teacher's voice. So with us having that project within eMalahleni, we just sit down. We had a lot of discussion around climate change, and then the shift on the current energy that we are using to green energy. So we decided that, no, let us have a demonstration unit so that when we speak with communities, they can understand what we mean of solar, because they were raising questions when we are having our own engagements among ourselves to say, what if the weather is taking there is no sun for 2 weeks, for a month, but it was for us as communities also to sit down and discuss amongst ourselves and come up with an idea. That's when we come with that demonstration unit. And we didn't put that demonstration unit because we are 3 communities that we are working together. We are with Abahlali Basemjomdolo in Durban, and we are also having the South Durban in this project that I'm talking about. And we are also assisted by the Sustainable Energy Africa. They've played a key role in assisting us, because now what we are saying as community, we are looking into a bottom-up approach. We don't want to see an up-down approach, because we know what we need, we know what we want, and we know how we want it. So that's when we bring that demonstration unit, and it really helped within our communities. I remember when the load shedding started, people were coming to our office to say, you are having light all the time. What are you using? Why are you lighting? Because we were lighting the outside light intentionally so that we mobilize the communities to ask and come to the space, because that office is not for Vugani, it's for the community to come and learn on what we are doing. So it really helped a lot. Then we sit it down and say, but we need more people to come on board in this engagement of energy. Then we sit down and say, you know what? We really need the local government. We really need the unions. We really need the district. We really need the provincial. So we have a lot of engagement with unions. We say, hey, you guys, let us sit down and talk. We know that you are in the space of, what do they call themselves? Working class, yeah. But you are working class or whatever when you are at work, but you are community members when you are in the community. What affects us is also affecting you. So let us sit down and see what we can do and work together, collaborate to and work together and assist each other. And we also see that we need the academia to be part. Yes, we are, I can say we are helped by the academia. We brought Stellenbosch University to our space, the UJ and the vets and Cape Town. Yes, because what we wanted to know to them to say, you are having graduates within your space. Are they all working? And those who are still in the space of looking into jobs, and now we are shifting to new things that all of us, we don't know, but we have to sit down. How do you get back and see how you can help communities within your space? So we are having very good times and good engagements that is taking us to another direction. And in that project of ours, we are now looking into upscaling to, you know, there is this thing with local government to say we don't give service to people who are not well developed by the municipality. So we decided to take those people to upscale, whom they call them, they are having illegal connections and whatever. So we are upscaling to that space, as our president said, and we don't just say that because the president said to us, the just transition must not leave anyone behind. So why are we leaving behind people who are in informal settlement? So that's I can speak a lot. Thank you.
Siyabonga, Mama. But they have wealth of knowledge. So during lunch, let's interact with them because we're not going to have a Q&A session, unfortunately. So please let me just now welcome Thomas. So yes, he's going to keep it short.
I will try. So I think it's afternoon. Afternoon, everyone. My name is Thomas Mngoni. I'm a campaigner with Groundwork. Groundwork is an environmental justice NGO, and we're working throughout Southern Africa. Now, quickly, I think Dr. Masangane, in her opening, mentioned that we need to be conscious of Section 24 of the Constitution, because it does not only speak of our rights, but it also speaks about how we should frame economic development. So when we fight for our rights, that does not automatically mean we are anti-development. Development should be reasonable, and it should be in a position to protect future generations. So I think we should be conscious of that. The other thing I want us to be conscious of is that we inherited an economic system called the mineral energy complex. And it's just like Donald Trump was saying, drill, baby, drill, drill, baby, drill. But that complex had three problems. One, it excluded ordinary people from decision-making processes. Two, it externalized all the cost. If you get sick, you must pay. I dirty the water, you must pay. Then, three, what did I say? Exclusion, externalities, and closure. We're talking land, but ordinary people do not have access to land. Ordinary people do not have access to resources for their own development so that you begin to define our own development. You go to a bank, they want all of sorts of things you don't have. You want a piece of land, even government cannot give you land. They have all this red tape if you want land to develop. But then we have pieces of land. And if you ask me, today Komati is closed, the people of Komati have projects, but they can't have access to land. That's the system we inherited. Now, I think Mrs. Ngwenya spoke about the 3 justices. And we're hoping that with the 3 justices, we should be able to address the 3 E's, which is exclusion, externalization, and enclosure. That's why we talk about engagement. That's why we talk about redistributive justice, but also restoration. Because during the mineral energy complex, what we saw is that people got sick and they had to pay out of their own cost. If you look into the public health bill right now, I'm not even talking private, the public health bill, it's huge. Government cannot even afford that. And we're not getting any contributions from the private sector. But I was really angered by most of you guys when we were speaking here, because most of you were talking markets and not people. So we say we want to change. We say we want a just transition. But our focus is still on economic growth, not human development. So it's like the more we want to change, the more we stay the same. We want to bring in private sector. We want to bring in foreign loans to fund the transition. But who will be carrying that burden? It's ordinary people. So in all of this change we want, we are actually staying the same. We're just changing technologies. I think somebody mentioned that. We want to move away from the coal technology into RE. And this is absolutely nothing to do with people. So I think we need to be very conscious of that, because at the center of this is the health and well-being of the people. And we're not even addressing that in our transition. We're just looking to, how do we generate electricity? And then I think we also need to recall what was Eskom's mandate. Eskom's mandate was to generate cheap electricity for the base load. Base load does not refer to you and me. It refers to industry. We're not even looking into the energy mix at a household level. How are people, what kind of sources are people using at a household level? Because we know electricity is it's expensive. So people resort to burning wood, coal, using paraffin. And that's the household energy mix we need to think about. And start asking ourselves a question. How do we work with community people such that they have access to clean energy that meets their energy needs? And not even asking that. We're still looking into profits, right? How do we build green hydrogen so that Eskom can develop? How do we build green hydrogen so that we can sell to Europe? Not use locally, to sell to Europe. So it's the same old capitalist system that has destroyed this country, and we want to apply it again. But we are saying we're changing. So for me, I think I have a transport. I was hoping that Mr. Mbata will say, oh, wait a minute. Don't talk about electric vehicles, but let us talk about the transport system, public transport system. We don't have a reliable public transport system. We can't afford current cars using fuel. Now we want to buy an electric vehicle. We're not even thinking about, oh, how do I move my people? Make sure that the transport is safe, convenient, and reliable. And then we can say clean, because we want to take away the petrol, right? We're not even trying to address that. Then we jump. Oh, wait a minute, we need electric vehicles. For who?
Yes.
So we're not even addressing the fundamentals that people struggle with on a day-to-day basis. You know, I like what you said. We want to develop the grid, but for who? Because that infrastructure we're developing does not go into rural communities. And I'm not going to beat about the bush. You go into a farm, you find the white farmer who owns the farm has access to electricity, but the tenants do not. And when we say those guys must have electricity, you say it's very expensive to bring them on grid. So what do? You ask Eskom to build a microgrid. And then you ask them, how much does it cost to maintain it? They can't tell you because it's very costly to people. So even in our current energy system, we want to move away from fossils because we know all of the negative destruction that comes with that. But then we want to maintain the profit margins, and therefore even if we introduce RE, people must still pay. Then we want to say, okay, we need to find a way to address energy poverty. We can't, because the people are not at the center of this process. Right now, what's happening in South Africa with our transition is we are privatizing our energy sector. We're bringing these embassies, we're bringing all of these foreign IPPs, and we say to them, come, take our energy. We are selling the sovereignty of this country because they can just decide to switch the button and then we're stuck in load shedding again. If they say it's not enough, you need to pay us more, and then they switch the button, we need to pay them more because now we're being held at ransom. We're talking funding model. Even the current funding model within the JET, it does not speak to social ownership, and unfortunately, and I think COSATU have raised that, different communities have raised that, it does not speak to social ownership. It speaks to the markets. Can you make profits? If not, we can't fund you. The ITC, state-owned institution, they can't fund social ownership, but yet they come back and want to claim to say, we are having a JET office and we are going to use that JET office to transition. How do we transition if we're going to spend $1 billion or more on green hydrogen, which we know very well is not going to be consumed by locals? So I would challenge all the academics here today to say, if you want to do research, let's start doing research and see how people interact with the alternatives. Are these alternatives people-centered, or are these alternatives profit-driven? And if, for me, it's profit-driven, then I would say it is no use for us to transition because people are not going to be benefiting, but instead industry is going to be benefiting. But also, lastly, stop doing your desktop research. Come to communities, speak to people. I can ask you now to go through the groundwork webpage. There are a lot of reports. Contested transition, looking into the mess that happened at Komati through the transition. But if you don't go to Komati, if you don't go to Emalahleni, you will never know what people think. You will always assume that what you find online is accurate information. But normally it's not, because business controls the information we put in the public domain. And they will keep controlling that because they have an interest to protect, and that is profit. So please stop sitting at these chairs, go to communities, then people will tell you what a transition should look like.
Amanda. Every time I sit with these guys, I feel like an activist. Hence, I'm saying, like literally, I take off my academic hat and I put on an activist hat, and I join them in saying, Amanda, colleagues, lunch is ready. I humbly request our speakers to please just be the first ones to go and dish up. They came, I think, at 8. I know they're very hungry, but yes, let's maybe do 45 minutes of lunch, and then let's proceed with the next session after lunch. Thank you so much, colleagues.
When the celebrity has landed at the airport, there should be people who welcome her. Oscars, Oscars, Oscars. Recommodity. Eh? Yeah. Yeah, we can straight ideas. Yeah, I got it. We are trying to sort it out. Little crush. Given them, get the files. Ask me these days. Remember? You're finishing PhD. Or it's finishing you. Either or. What's finishing home? Either or. Should be showing me. Yeah, it should give me an option to promote some. Yeah, because I kira ka phone wa bona re tlo them. So I'm not sure if that's something like it's like yeah, again, it's loaded, but I'm looking forward to really being able to set it in there. It should be. Yes. Also, those two projects. Yeah, because I try to see, but again, I don't know. That's my personal email because it's not obviously the option to get a code there like personal. Then, getting no, this one is not from me. Oh, Sure. Okay. Okay, let me find sheet.
So that if it doesn't have to do that, it can take those conditions. Because I saw something when you were being sort of like an ad. Lights it down.
When we get in. Yeah, yeah. Them do this. Just look at reach. Yeah. Like that's it sound like me. Oh yeah, I didn't know the video, but I need to go to. So they're gonna hold pleasure from here.
Is she the next
She's the third on the panel. Is the third one. I don't think they do. No, I don't think good thing. I think that's cool. Yeah, because just try to get all of the people they don't. You should only see.
Colleagues, can we please settle down? We are moving right into our second session. Skilling and reskilling of susceptible groups will be moderated by our very own Dr. Genevieve James. She is the Deputy Director in the Engaged Scholarship Division, Community Engagement and Outreach section of UNISA. So I hand over to you, Doc. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Doc. Good afternoon, colleagues. Are you all well? I know it's the, what do they call it? The graveyard session. And many of us, the blood has stopped flowing in our heads and it's now gone into the stomach to digest everything we've had over lunch. But we will try and make this as painless as possible. We gather here today, ladies and gentlemen, at this critical juncture in our socioeconomic and ecological journey. I believe a juncture where we are witnessing the convergence of energy, education, and equity demands that demands not only our attention, but our collective imagination, thinking, reasoning, and action. The concept of energy democracy challenges us to rethink power. I don't mean power as in the lights, but the very notions of power, not just in the electrical sense, but in a political and social sense. We have to continue to ask the critical questions. If development is the movement from a dystopian, chaotic, less than optimal state to an optimal state, a state where we can thrive and live and move and have our being unconstrained by these systemic disequilibriums, then it is something indeed, development is something indeed that requires transdisciplinarity as well as trans-sectoral engagement. So today's panel brings us together where we're going to be really enjoying voices from diverse sectors: traditional leadership, academia, labor, entrepreneurship, gender advocacy, to name just a few. You've witnessed the sumptuous program earlier on, the robust dialogue and debate and sharing that has taken place. And so let us approach this afternoon's conversation not just as a dialogue, but as a design space where ideas can be shaped into strategies and strategies into systems that serve all South Africans. With that, I'm honored to introduce you to our esteemed panel for today. Now, panel, you are warmly welcomed to this iconic UNISA campus, but I also wish to warmly encourage you to keep your presentation succinct, power-packed, dynamic, and we will have some of us who will be monitoring the time. We will be redeeming the time, so I would ask all the panelists, please let us engage in a succinct manner. Let us bring out the highlights and the most critical insights that we would like to share today. Included in our panel is Dr. Koketso Rakudu. Won't you give Doc a warm round of applause? You will hear more about Doc's unique role when he introduces himself. Next up, we have Mrs. Refilwe Sebotoma. She is the CEO, and she'll tell you of which company when she introduces herself. Next up, we have Commissioner Boitumelo Molete. Commissioner, you are warmly welcomed to the University of South Africa. Finally, we have Dr. Sitati Motabang. Are you here, Doc? We welcome you and thank you for participating in this critical panel this afternoon. And so, friends, each of our panelists will have, I would say, around 6 minutes to go through the key pointers that they wish to bring to our attention and that they wish to engage us with. Thereafter, we will have a time of rich interaction with our panelists. So, over to you, Dr. Koketso Rakudu. Tell us all about what you have under those sleeves.
Do we have to stand in?
Feel free. How would you like this? Yeah. All right, so let's make sure that the mic is good to go. Otherwise, I can encourage you to come through here, take the podium. Thanks so much, Nick.
Good afternoon. So where I'm coming from in the Northwest, when I'm invited to speak as a chief, I know that I'm going to shout at people that the community is not doing their job as expected. So in this case, it's a different scenario. Baholo, let me take this time to greet you, all of you, and say to stand on the protocol that has been established by the chairperson of the proceedings. I am Koketso Rakudu, the youngest serving chief of the Royal Bafokeng Nation, leading the community of Tsitsing, Kotla Yarakudu. And today we are part of the history where UNISA is rewriting the history of energy, and not just rewriting it with the aim of the implementation to go into traditional communities. So we have accepted the invitation as a traditional leadership, particularly in the Royal Bafokeng Nation, in Tsitsing, in Kgotla ya Rakhudu, in the Northwest Province, because we are in a season, an era, where the traditional leadership, they are raising their hand to say we cannot have learning institutions coming to collect data in our communities and not come back with the recommendations for implementation. And today we are raising our hand to say we want to be the first traditional leadership in the Royal Bafokeng Nation to raise our hand to different learning institutions so that they will be welcomed to come and implement the work that they want to do within our communities. So it shouldn't just be about just data collection. It should be about the implementations of the recommendations that were born through the research across the stream. One of the panelists spoke of the effect and the importance and the significance of the triple P. And I normally advocate to say we are not just going to call it the private-public participation, but we are going to put the C. It's going to be a community private-public participation so that everything that we want to do with this framework, it should start with the communities. We can come spend the whole day in this conference to talk about how we can implement this innovation in a traditional setup. But if the communities don't own these initiatives, they won't going to be last. They're not going to last. And that is why, as the Royal Bafokeng Nation in Tsitsing, we are saying we need to move from a phase of just planning, but to the phase of implementation, because that's where we'll be able to see the impact or measure the impact that we are doing when we are in motion of implementing the work that we do. So in terms of the research collaboration, as I've indicated, that this is the call for a co-designed research agendas, which include community priorities from the outset, to make sure that the traditional leadership are well vested in what is happening within our communities and how best can we support the end results of those communities. And that is why this coming Friday, we will be the first traditional leadership in this country where we will be launching the carbon footprint in the Northwest. And we have called around the stakeholders engagement. Hakim Energies is here. They are leading the agenda of the green economy and to rewrite the agenda of the green economy within the setup of the Royal Bafokeng Nation in Tsitsing in the Northwest Province. And I'm saying this as a call of collaboration, as I'm concluding, a call of collaboration to all the stakeholders, all the academics, all the senior professionals, and everyone included in this room, that we as Royal Bafokeng Nation in Tsitsing, we don't just plan, we are implementers of the work that we want to do. And secondly, we've got what we call the Plan 2035 of the Royal Bafokeng Nation, which is a strategic plan in terms of what we want to see. So we don't just also accept any kind of the work that needs to be done, but it needs to align with the needs of our communities, because we need to move from assuming what community needs and make sure that we implement the work that the communities are really, is the work that we are doing, is it really solving the societal issues as traditional leadership? So I'm here, Baholo, raising our hand that the traditional leadership is going to be part and parcel of this, and it's not just for the sake of just just being here as Royal Bafokeng Nation, but we are here because we want to see the implementation. Even when you approach me after this meeting, don't come to me with a plan. You've got a plan, we've got our plan. Come to me with the implementation, and we will fit into that implementation with timelines and see how best we can implement the work that we do. With those words, ke re ke a leboga.
I'd like to call on Ms. Refiwe Sebotoma. Let's give her a warm round of applause. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. That's much better. I think when you come and speak after such a profound leader like Dr. Rahudu, you almost need the room to support you, right? So I'm just asking you to support and respond. Is that okay? Can we do that? Awesome. Fantastic. Fantastic. So I do want to start by appreciating that sitting in this room since in the morning, there is a huge appreciation that a lot of us in this room are really starting to begin to appreciate and accept the fact that we are not going to reach just energy transition frameworks if we are not including communities. And I always say it is also imperative that we really accept that it is time that we stop wanting to create solutions for people, but create solutions with the people. And I think even when we listen to some of our community activists speaking this morning, it really gives you an idea that sometimes communities are not implementing, not because they don't know the problems, nor they don't know or have the solutions, but perhaps they just don't have the capacity from resource perspective to be able to implement. So I've had a massive privilege of building businesses, startups, scaling up businesses, selling them, buying them. So I guess you will consider me a serial entrepreneur if you would. But I love entrepreneurship because I think it gives us the opportunity to impact the lives of people. And I've seen that sometimes we are able to then see that impact being replicated. And today I just want to zone into the HiChem Energies out of the portfolio of the businesses that we have and we run. HiChem Energies is really an advocate for clean cooking in the marginalized communities, and this is why clean cooking is important. So the statistics will tell you that there are over 24,000 children who still get hospitalized here in the country because of paraffin poisoning. For majority of the communities who don't have access to alternatives, they still use paraffin stoves, and because they store this paraffin in juice bottles or cold drink bottles, the children will drink it assuming it's something that is safe for consumption. We also see 48 cases of what we call firewood rape being reported in the country. This is when young women have to go into the field to collect wood and they are targeted and raped there. And because of time, I'm just highlighting that energy poverty, it's really and shouldn't be a social, rather a political issue. It's a real life dilemma that has so many replication. It is also important to maybe highlight the fact that clean cooking sits really at the center of sustainable development goals, and this becomes critical, I think, Dr. Moeng, for the work that the university begins to embark on, because the minute we can start putting these solutions together at the center of the existing framework, it perhaps does help us to accelerate the conversation and make the conversation relevant as well. So HiChem Energies, we have taken LPG, liquefied petroleum gas, and we've built a unique value proposition model around it to take it into the communities. And these are some of the highlights in the past 18 months. We have been able to self-fund and deploy 3 LPG boxes, employing 13 jobs in the local communities where the boxes are. We have been able to transition 1,800 households from cooking on biomass, which is wood and paraffin, to cooking on LPG as a cleaner alternative. We have also been able to transition about 14 schools in the Northwest from cooking on wood to cooking on LPG. We've also transitioned 19 informal women which are cooking in the taxi rank from also cooking on paraffin and wood to cooking on LPG. And I bring the statistics to perhaps really just say, in my opinion, we can replicate this. And this is why we started the work. We can replicate it. And if we multiply this by 9 provinces and then multiply it by continent, I think we can really get a gist of what we can achieve. And the reason why LPG was attractive for us is that if you go into the marginalized communities, colleagues, you will appreciate that we don't have time. In my opinion, we don't have until 2035 to implement the solutions. The situation is so dire that we need to start where we are with what we have and implement and start really bringing that kind of change. So our model is really about the triple A's: accessibility, affordability, and availability. I mean, LPG has been said to be one of the most expensive fuels for the marginalized communities, and it has been, because, for example, if you had to go to the nearest town and spend 80 rand or 100 rand just on transport to go to town, then it does make the fuel expensive. And this is what we have done. We've just brought the solution closer to the communities. We've also innovated the smallest cylinder. It's 5 kg, but we also do what we call pay as you can afford. So you can refill per kg, because we do appreciate and understand that majority of those communities, they are not able to really have a lot of money, because the money that they have, it has so many competing needs. And the pay as you earn, you can see on that graph that it is the fastest and the highest selling product in the timeline, showing that even the smallest kg, which is 5 kg, people cannot afford to refill at a time. But this gives us interesting data points, because then we know today that a family of 3 needs about 1.5 kg to cook for a week. This becomes important data, because as we start discussing with government, Mrs. Leketi, we are then able to have conversation around VAT exemptions, but also how do we start subsidizing communities like this from an LPG perspective. What I'm really excited about is how do I then bring women who are like me, who comes from where I come from, because I believe these women are the heartbeat of just energy transition. And if the statistics shows us that over 80% of women make clean cooking decisions in their household, I then want to argue why women are not at the forefront of clean cooking. So with this model, we are introducing different strategic ways to make sure that we bring women entrepreneurs into the LPG sector, because I also don't agree, and I don't like that a lot of times when I get in the rooms, I'm the only black woman in the space who's doing the business. So because I know how hard it is, and I know that I've paid the school fees, my intention, just like Mr. Mbata, is to really make sure that if I have paid the school fees, the young women entrepreneurs who are coming after me, they don't have to pay the same school fees. Thank you. The model also gives us a very unique opportunity to bring new skill sets. All the LPG boxes that we have deployed, we've had to certify and train gas fillers and gas installers. These are, I mean, I come from a village called Marikana in the Northwest. This is a skill set that is unheard of. Young people never even knew that there is a career in becoming an LPG filler or an LPG installer. And we see this model really being able to bring about those kind of skill sets. I'm just going to run through quickly, because really this is just a portfolio of evidence of the work that we've done. I've spoken about the schools that we have transitioned. What we've also done as well is that we understood that one of the biggest barriers to accessing LPG was the initial investment, which is the cylinder and the cooker tops. And through our CSI partners, we've been able to raise millions of rents, transitioning over 1,800 homes. And I think these are the opportunities that collectively we need to start thinking about. How do we close the gap? Because infrastructure does become an issue, either from a micro or a micro economy perspective. We spoke about the school project as well. And I really just want to conclude around this. So together with Dr. Rahudu, last year we hosted a Christmas special for the poorest of the poor. and the sponsor was very deliberate to ask for child-headed homes. And to our shock, we were able to transition over 100 families which are child-headed into clean cooking. And one of the young ladies wrote us a letter this year and said, ever since they started cooking on LPG, their results at school has increased because they no longer have to spend the time. They used to go collect wood. They are now using that time to study. And I do think, thank you. I do think then from a government perspective, and from all of us, it calls to collaborative abilities, because all of us in this room, I do believe we want to achieve the same results. And how do we then come and collectively achieve those results? And the work has really earned us a few awards, and 2 of them being global awards, one by VEFTLICO and the other one by the World Liquid LPG Association. So please, moderator, allow me to conclude by saying that there is a need to empower last mile entrepreneurs, because there is no way we will be able to meet all that we want to set as our goals without making sure that entrepreneurs especially, they become our very strong foot soldiers who are in the communities, who understand the cultures, and who know what needs to be done. I also think, colleagues, it is important that we start looking at things with humility. And I say humility because sometimes we assume we know what's going in the communities. As an example, when we went into one community, we thought time is a factor. But if you find majority of young people in that community who are unemployed, they actually prefer to spend the whole day in the field as a group socializing than being at home because they've got nothing to do with their time. So for me as a busy entrepreneur, timing is a factor. For them, timing is not a factor. There's also a notion that LPG is expensive. When we found out in one community that there's a family that is spending 800 per batch of wood, and they buy 2 batches, meaning they spend over 1,600 per month to buy wood, then I argue that maybe LPG is not expensive, but education and awareness has then been a missing link there. And I do think for South African context and African context especially, it is okay for us to crawl before we walk, to walk before we run. UNISA, especially Dr. Kolofelo Moeng, I just want to thank you for amplifying the voices of those who are not in the room. Steve Jobs called us entrepreneurs the crazy people, the misfits and the rebels. And today I hear that it is the very first of this nature in UNISA. And perhaps, Dr. Moeng, you have joined that group of the crazy people and the rebels. Congratulations. Thank you.
Well, we're getting into it. I hope that you are paying careful attention, jotting down some of your key reflections as we go through to our next panelists. Coming up next is Commissioner Boitumelo Molete. Welcome, Commissioner. We appreciate you being with us today. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Comrade Chair. Where I come from, we refer to each other as comrades. My name is Boitumelo Molete from the Congress of South African Trade Unions, COSATU. I'm also a commissioner on the Presidential Climate Commission representing Labour. I think, Chair, for me, the first point of call, and I spoke to Dr. Moeng in the previous session, I'd like to just clarify something in relation to organized labour's relationship with the community. We have never, as organized labor, disassociated ourselves from the community. When we leave our workplaces, as it was rightfully said in the beginning, we do actually join the community. And in fact, Comrade Thomas, Comrade Zetu, and myself, as well as other comrades, have sat in numerous meetings and numerous engagements where we were championing for people-centered transition. So I think that must be noted and registered in that organized labor is not an elitist grouping. We are here to champion and speak to the needs of the people of South Africa, including our workers. So me promise we can align and associate Luena much closer to your satisfaction in the future. Comrades, COSATU speaks to the just transition as a principle first. So when you go back to see what a just transition means, and you see the definition of just transition, you'll see that as far back as 1979, workers in the United States consolidated and spoke about how they needed to organize themselves to see the coming changes where there was a transition from coal. And these coal miners spoke about how it is that justness must be brought to the transitioning to this new technology that was brought to them. So COSATU, with that premise, has then spoken to the just transition in our 2009 Congress, and this was adopted in 2011 in Congress, where we have a policy document titled The Just Transition to a Low Carbon and Climate Resilient Economy. This is not a foreign concept. We have sat, we have organized, we have consolidated ourselves across sectors. And I think, comrades, when I speak about transition, I don't speak about a just energy transition. I speak about a just transition so that we can appreciate the multi-sectorial and the multi-connectedness of this transition. It is not just about coal. It is not about energy. It is about industries like transport, agriculture, as well as other public sector that are unions that we organize for. So for us, we don't see the transition as just an abstract policy. This is a lived struggle of communities and workers and the poor. So our approach is anchored on three imperatives: protecting and creating decent work in the transition towards a low carbon and climate resilient economy, ensuring that we have energy democracy where workers and communities participate not only at the receiving end but also as owners through social ownership in planning as well as in pricing. For us, we want the transition to guarantee social justice and ensure that there's social security where no one is left behind. This is so that the vulnerable groups that we see, women, youth, informal workers, are not left behind. We have developed as COSATU the COSATU blueprint for workers towards a just transition. Here we articulate worker-led social dialogue. We speak about the importantness of social protection, job guarantees, as well as a public pathway towards a just and equitable transition. For us, we believe that there's a strong role that ESCOM can play in ensuring that we move to a low carbon and climate resilient economy. We don't want to see a hollowing out of ESCOM, but we want to see a stronger and empowered ESCOM. Through that, we also champion behind a social, a skilling and reskilling as well as upskilling agenda. This is where we speak about workers and how it is that we can integrate them in this new low carbon economy. We have built practical toolkits as COSATU so that we are able to assist our membership base to negotiate. We have a gender toolkit on just transition. This speaks to how gender is centered around the transition as a critical thematic area. We should not neglect the fact that gender issues are to be advanced through a just transition. Issues of the care economy, noting the care burden that women go through, as well as how women are usually marginalized in opportunities. So we want to see women being pushed through this just transition and enabled to participate. We speak about young workers in our toolkit, where we see the potential to us speaking about green jobs, the potential pathways, and the role in which young workers can play in ensuring that we achieve a just transition. We have a toolkit on educators and organizers, where internally we are trying to ensure that our organizers at a value chain of the just transition are able to speak and articulate themselves. They're able to negotiate with employers. Here we principle the JET policy and climate negotiations as very critical to being able to achieve. While these toolkits are not highly academic, Prof. Doc, they're not highly academic because we go into the field, we speak to members, we speak to workers. It is a very important methodology that is used. Go to the people that you want to policy plan for and let them inform your policy. That is what COSATU has done in articulating ourselves in these toolkits. Now, to my participation as a Just Energy Transition co-lead in COSATU, I'm a commissioner on the Presidential Climate Commission, as I've mentioned. They are champion for workers' rights, a champion for worker-led dialogue, and I also ensure that the voices of workers are not hollowed out. I participate in the JET funding platform, where I sit solely to ensure that funding opportunities and considerations are actually going to the people that require these to go to. I've recently been accepted and appointed in the JET Skills Advisory Committee by the Minister of the Department of Higher Education and Training. There, we're hoping that the issues of skills will be put to the forefront and that Minister will guide us to ensuring that we have a skills chapter on the just transition that is responsive to the labor market. I also think with this kind of platform, I'd like to raise two critical issues. The UNEP and ILO have what we call the Green Jobs for Youth Pact. It is very important that we engage ourselves in the international discourse. When we go into those Green Jobs for Youth Pact and speaking to issues of workers, we need to ensure that we are informing the international landscape so to inform the bigger just transition discourse. In the UNFCCC processes, including COP and Bonn, I think it's important that South Africa goes with an agenda that is clear, that we are not looking to fast track our just transition, but we are looking for responsive just transition that will allow us to transition and allow our sectors to not be left behind in this very fast-paced transition. Just in closing, I think as COSATU, we strongly believe that skills, social dialogue, communities, workers that I'd like to raise to this very esteemed plenary. Thank you very much for the invitation, and I think we look forward to further engaging the University of South Africa on this topic. Thanks.
Colleagues, our final panelist is Dr. Sitati, and she will be taking us through. Thanks so much for the mic. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Doctor. I've asked for a microphone because I cannot see. So I'm not very good at multitasking, standing and squeezing my eyes trying to look at my presentation. It's not a PowerPoint, but I would like to focus mostly on the role of higher education in the just transition, but contextualizing that in the fact that whenever we talk about the just transition, there's always a mention of green jobs. And yet, if I were to go around the room and ask any one of you what green jobs are, what it means, you'll find that we're talking about different things. And we also have to accept that when the coal mines are shut, then there will be unemployment in those areas where they were operating at some point. Already there's high unemployment. So the next question we should ask ourselves is, what do we expect these households to live on? And when we say that there are going to be green jobs, will they be able to participate in those green jobs? Do they have the skill to do so? Because these are big words that we throw around to try to console our communities that not all is going to be lost. And yet we know that if you're already marginalized, it's very difficult to catch up with anything. When new technologies come, you'll be only the last one to use them because we cannot afford them. So when you look at the key characteristics of these green jobs, we talk about jobs that look at how to reduce environmental impact. So jobs that lower greenhouse gas emissions, minimize waste, limit pollution. We talk about jobs that promote sustainability, meaning you encourage renewable energy, energy efficiency, conservation of natural resources. We talk about jobs that support climate adaptation, and we help communities and industries to adjust to that adaptation. We talk about restoration of ecosystems, which is protecting biodiversity and rehabilitating damaged environments. And we also talk about jobs that educate and advocate. And that is the space that is hardly ever, we don't leverage that because we don't actually realize that you can get jobs that are non-technical, that require certain skills that, for example, our faculty offers as But then again, we are told that because we are in the fourth industrial revolution, it is likely that some jobs are going to collapse as a result of that. So you take the transition on the one hand, you take the prevalence of the fourth industrial revolution, you take the high unemployment that we're already facing. It means that those people that live in the communities where the coal mines are going to close are also facing another context, developmental context as well, that they are not able to adapt or engage in the fourth industrial revolution because we don't know what the requirements for that are. So when you look at those jobs that I mentioned, the characteristics of, you find that they are mostly technical. And we're talking about a country where hardly 40% of our students pass grade 12 because they don't have the necessary maths and science to get the grade 12 qualifications. And we have an education system that actually does not make room for those kind of students. Those are the ones that get left out. So one of the things that we have to look at as part of how we can use higher education systems to prepare our communities for that is to look at what kind of education system that we have. We're talking about higher education here, but we ignore the fact that the primary and secondary education feeds into that higher education. And if you have an education that removes those that do not have that entry-level pass, and then they are, they end up not working for the rest of their lives, we miss out on opportunities that we've seen coming out of, I'll just share a case study that I experienced as a part of. A few years ago, we realized that the South African manufacturing industry was on a decline. And that was part of the legacy of apartheid, partially, apart from the competitive markets, because the qualification and the skills that were required for those jobs depended on tooling, dye and mold making, which were restricted artisans, trades, skills and occupations. And those were initially reserved for whites. And when they could not get enough of those, then they included colors and then Indians as well. But the Africans were left out of those. So what it took to try to raise that, because this became a challenge, especially for the OEMs, the manufacturing, the auto industry that is working in this country, but others as well. We did not have enough tool and die mold makers to make any dent in the requirements. As a result, we're importing most of those tools. So what happened was the Department of Trade and Industry realized that it was in their best interest to be engaged, as much as it was not their mandate, to be leading that, to make sure that they partner with the Tooling Association of South Africa, which was the private sector, comprising mainly small but highly profitable, white-owned, mainly male businesses who needed the labor. They were willing to say to DTI said, how do we do this? They went to TVET colleges and they went to the Tooling Association, that's industry, to say, help us find communities, especially where you have TVET colleges that were now dysfunctional because they didn't have enough students. For the public, for DTI and the private sector to kick up those TVET colleges that were dying, to make them a world-class level. And I was part of the delegation that went to Haas in the US because they found out that they had licenses that were specially made for training facilities. So the sales of their machining was not the same cost for training academies as they were for the private sector. So that partnership arose out of that. In the first year, we were able to recruit 800 students. It's nothing. But they were coming from the poorest of the poor. And I can tell you one of our cases was the Palai. It had a small, just imagine, TVET college, which actually optimized that. And most of those graduates from that program, where we're training tool makers, are now working at Midway Power Station. And the point is that it does not have to be a national scale intervention, but when you identify that we're looking at future unemployment in the future, and we don't have the skill sets for it, it does not always have to lie with higher education as in universities, because that's where we tend to think that that's how we function, so to speak, or still be able to have employable graduates in the fourth industrial revolution. Because one of the things that we are told is that we need certain skills, but the truth is there are some core skills that run across these disciplines that we have here that will be needed even in the fifth or the sixth industrial revolution. One of them is we teach our students critical thinking. You cannot complete a BA without mastering that art. We teach them communication. We teach them planning. We teach them research, which we talked about a lot today. That it is something that is needed, and we can use that research to go and talk and discuss with our community. That they were speaking here for the community members. We hear you. We've heard your call. That is why one of our modules, our honors modules in the development studies, is two of them. We have one on sustainable development policy and practice. Within that module, we have introduced courses, units, for example, on the just energy transition, to help them understand with a little bit of technical efficiency what these things mean. And for them then when they do a research project, to go and implement those things and test them in their communities. It could be in small amounts, we talk about 20, 30 participants, but it takes those little steps to get a great understanding of what our communities are dealing with, which is something that we have not really looked at. The other issue is to do with, it's not so much that our students are unemployed sometimes because there is no work, but it is also because we have realized that they don't know how to look for work. Okay? We are told that DHEC did a study where they say that there's skill shortage for 4IR related graduates, meaning that there are more vacancies in that sector than in other sectors. But when you talk to students, one of my master students, I've asked their challenge kid to go and look at how long it takes for a development studies graduate to find work. Because they'll say that is what development studies is. She went and she was looking at people that she graduated with. They were saying it takes on average 2 years. But she also asked, how are you looking? Where are you looking, etc. It turned out that 99% of them were looking for advertisements that say must have a degree in development studies. They were not focusing on the skills that are identified in that work. So that is a job for the university through engaged scholarship, where as much as, here I'm talking to you, Dr. James, that as much as we want engaged scholarship to have publications, it need not necessarily always have a publication component, as well as long as it helps our communities to also look for work, because they don't know how to look for it. They might actually have the requisite skills. One of the things we talk about as well is how to make the workers that will lose jobs reemployable, right? So the universities and Tibet colleges can help by having those certification courses that give them a way to upgrade whatever it is that they already know and make them more employable, and create opportunities for workshops and seminars and just leading them to the right feeders. Because even if you say, where do people look for jobs? We used to look in the newspapers. Now people are using smartphones, but you'll find that that's not what our youth are using those things for. It's for other things, and they don't know that they can upgrade their skills. But I would say that the university has that role of even looking at some of the courses that we are teaching, questioning ourselves as to the relevance of what we are teaching and how we are teaching. Are we teaching our students to understand what they've gathered from here, apart from that piece of paper? Are we teaching them to go and sell themselves and make themselves marketable for that post-transition? Thank you.
Thank you so much to our panelists. Colleagues, we have had our panelists go through their highlights. You have heard from the very, very specific spaces that they come from in the traditional leadership, in business, in labor, as well as in higher education. This is truly engaged scholarship. Our communities are not just academic communities, but we are thinking in community. We are bringing the richness and the situated knowledge that exists in diverse sectors into the academy to enrich our thinking, our curriculation, and the research we produce. Indeed, the Development Studies Department is an engaged department, and I want to congratulate colleagues in the department for this initiative. The more we are able to cross over the silos, the more we are able to bust through those silos, we would be enriched by knowledge that is not only contained in textbooks or in teaching and learning material, but in knowledge that enables us to draw from our contextual heritages, our cultural heritages, from the entrepreneurs who are creating new dynamic designs. All of this engagement enriches higher education, and in the same way, we hope to mobilize higher education in service of the development needs of our country. So, friends, you have heard from our panelists, and I would love for us to engage as these remain the last, the final countdown as we cross through the finish mark of today's high quality deliberations. So I hope you've got your reflections and questions, because you will be engaging with the panelists. And to get us warmed up to start our discussion, I would like to just ask the panelists about one thing. We are talking about this just transition. We are talking about cleaner energy. I was wondering, in a world where we are moving full steam ahead with AI and large language models and training of those large language models, the amount of energy that it takes for us to use artificial intelligence in crafting or providing us with a certain output or outcome is going to be far higher than the average Google search. So the amount of energy that it takes for the world to engage and to use and to train AI is going to be by far higher than the average Google search. Those in those companies who are moving with all sorts of new AI innovations are actually thinking that the total transition from coal is not going to happen. With the amount of AI energy that is needed, countries may actually revert to coal. And they are even suggesting the use of nuclear energy. So we have these very interesting dynamics ahead of us, which means it's not going to be a clean cut. So how do we address these dynamics? How do we transition when every time we attempt to transition, we may have to go back to the way things were? So these are some of the questions we would like to reflect on. And at this time, I'm now opening to you. Audience, I would love to welcome you in this engagement. What are your thoughts? You've heard from the diverse speakers and sectors. What are your thoughts? Anything that is nagging at your consciousness or conscience this afternoon? Please, I would like to welcome a question or comment or reflection for each of the panelists. Do we see any hands? I've got a big light blinding me here. So if you see a hand near you, please shout. Yes, ma'am. And we need a mic here. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much for very deep and insightful information. My question goes to Mr. Rufilwe Sebutuma. It's based on skills in education. I want to find out or ask that entrepreneurs often say the talent pool is unprepared.
jobs. Are we training young people for yesterday's job while preaching about tomorrow's energy future?
Let's keep your hands raised. We'll take a few questions and then we can hand over to our panelists. This gives our panel to cohere their thoughts. Any other comments, questions, commendations, concerns, queries? Yes, ma'am. Are we having a power issue?
And thank you so much for your presentation. To all of you, I just want to say that I think this came at the right time because not long time ago I was appointed as a coordinator of community engagement projects for the Institute for Catalysis and Energy Solutions. This is the College of Science, Engineering and Technology. So at this point in time, I need a strategy as to how to address the issues for the communities. So I'm really going to invite you so you can help me to come up with a strategy as well as the overarching issues for the communities, and we are going to respond to them. So that's all I wanted to say that there is a platform, and I would like you to come and inform the strategy as to how to get to Northwest to solve the issues that are existing there, and then we can design programs to speak to those problems and bring solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any final questions? We have one here. Any other hands? There we go. We have two more questions and then we'll be handing over to our panel.
Thank you so much, colleagues, for your presentations. I'm from the Department of Early Childhood Education and Development, and I'm sitting here thinking, how do we bring this conversation down to a child level? Because we're speaking about jobs of the future, and we're speaking about how children are the custodians of everything that's actually happening now in the economy, and how do we now bring all of these ideas and projects and the information just in general, and what format would it work best to then bring it down to the child? Oscar Philip said something that was very important. I took a note of it, and she said there are children who are families are child-headed homes, and they are spending more time studying because they don't have to go and collect wood. And that for me was such a good example of in a child-headed home, if children are worried about wood, they don't have time to think about academia. They don't have time to think about the future and the possible careers, jobs, and the economy at large. So yeah, that's my question to everyone on the floor. Thank you.
Right. We've got one last question and then over to you, panel.
Thank you. My name is Nomosa Zemo. I'm from the Department of Information Science, MISA. And my question is directed to Dr. Rahundu. Ne? Yeah, I think so. And then I like the idea that you're saying researchers and academics are very extractive in their nature, but they don't go back to implement. And then on your point of implementation, I would like to find out from you whether have you identified maybe any gaps in your locality that can be addressed. Maybe that will give us a clear view regarding those gaps that need to be addressed. Like Sandile highlighted the issue of robotic schools. So I would like to find out if maybe you are referring to such things in your locality. Thank you.
I'll hand over to the panel and we will take any remaining questions thereafter. So over to you. There we go.
Thank you. So I think maybe from your first question around different dynamics, and I always say that, and I think some of the speakers said it earlier on, I do think it's important to really appreciate and accept that we actually have to look at what I call the mixed energy strategy, because I don't think one particular energy source is going to solve all the problems for everyone. And I always think that even though I love LPG for the reasons that I've mentioned during my presentation, I do not think LPG is the alpha and the omega. I think it has its own place, and I think for me that's why I keep talking about collaboration. I think all of us, from different energy sources, we need to really get in conversation and building not even a country but a global perspective of these things, because I think it's very important. I think my sister, I need to have a private conversation with you because you've been very famous for asking very tricky and difficult questions for today. So I just need to get that skill from you by the end of today. So I think what has helped us is, I always say I'm more social than I am profit driven. Although I believe if we run social businesses profitably, then it becomes sustainable. And because of that, my approach has always been, even if you look at our employment strategy, we look for people who don't necessarily qualify, and we qualify them and then we employ them. Purely because I understand the power of doing that. Because it's easy for us as entrepreneurs to say you don't qualify, you don't have the necessary skill, you don't have the relevant experience. But if we don't do it, who is going to do it? Because the fact that you are saying you don't have, it means you are expecting somebody else to do it. So that has just always been our approach, and I think it has really helped us. And I really love the strategy of starting today with what we have and where we are in everything that we do. So as an example, you started with LPG, you call it an LPG box, but already we are moving to calling it a high-caring energy hub, because we are bringing other technologies, solar lighting for marginalized communities, and. But if you look at our 2030, we are already now talking about being a catalyst of change in communities, where we're looking at how do we bring food security in it, how do we. So I think for me, even from a skill set, and I'm making that example to say, for me, even from a skill set, it's about that. As we move and we take these leaps as a business, for me, it's about then making sure we don't leave people behind, right? And I'm a big believer of also just what is the word I'm looking for? Promoting internally. So the only reason we bring an outside skill is because it's not internal. But if there's a potential for me to train, I will gladly be my first option all the time. That's really my strategy from a skills perspective. But I'll take your number after this because I need to learn something from you. I think.
Thank you.
The last one, it was around how do we bring it at a child's level perspective. Again, collaboration. So LPGSA has released an LPG colored book that talks about LPG at the transitional fuel at the kids level. I mean, they even have literally people buying and talking that language at that level. And instead of us reinventing just engine, we just took that they made it part of our school education program. That's what we've been able to do. And we've partnered with a lot of schools. And also the reason why I'm talking about empowering last mile implementers is that, because when you get into Northwest, you have to speak Setswana. So even if you look at our LPG safety manuals, they are not in English. They are in Setswana because that's how we are trying to do our best to make sure that we don't leave anyone behind.
I must apologize to you as the rose amidst the thorns. Please take it over.
Okay, I will start with thank you so much for raising that. I think one of the key things that we've managed to do was to firstly make sure that we transition from just operating from the cultural perspective, but into more of a corporate world. And I think doing that has led us into the first project that we're implementing now. It is a research project which is funded by Supreme, International Supreme, and Grants Public Health School and Makata Health Science University. And it's a new project that is, we want to understand the impact of mining and migration on socio-economic and health outcomes in the royal population post-mining era, so that the programs that we are able to implement, they can speak to the challenges that we are foreseeing based on the outcome of the research. And this is 7-year research, so this is our 4th month now implementing it, and we have opened the door now for other entities to come through and form part of what we form part of the research. I think we can have also a conversation after here, and also thank you for the invitation of the call at the bank. We definitely go into, we received the call, and we are ready to collaborate and be involved in what you do. Because one of the things that we are trying to do also traditional leadership within the Royal Afghanistan, we're trying to transfer the skills in other traditional leadership from the country. So we started with that collaboration at this stage so that we can change the norm that traditional leadership is people that are old, elderly people who did not go to school, or sit under the tree and decide who president. There's just so much more to do that. And part of the research that we are currently doing now, we are advocating for young traditional leadership to have their own PhDs. And we had to lead by example. We are advocating for young traditional leadership to make sure that they also have research and they have their PhD at the end of the day, or at the end of the 7-year research. And part of the strategy that was put in place, we understand some people have been doing the kind of impact that they are doing. So we are also looking at RPL. How do we bring RPL on board to advance, so that at the end of the day, we can be recognized for the scale of movement. And this is my 10th year now sitting as chief. I was appointed at the age of 90, so you can calculate how old I am. So I was appointed at the age of 19, this is my 10th year doing the work that I'm doing as a chief. And really we've been trying to change how people view traditional leadership as a whole, not only the way I'm leadership, but across the country. I think one of the questions was how do we bring it to communities? As much as we talk about the just energy transition, we also need to move from speaking about things that cannot be done, but also to start to have a conversation about what can we do with the resources that we have at the current moment. Yes, it's an important subject that we need to have a conversation with at the level and bring the kids around the area. Yes, there are challenges that some of you are aware of, some we can disclose here, but we need to be able to also talk about more of what can be done as compared to what cannot be done. So I think when you approach me, I will give you more attention when you tell me what can we do as compared to, but I've sent an email to Royal Afghanistan 5 years ago again, and this is I need you to tell me what can be done now to move forward so that we are able to create the impact that we are trying to do. Thank you.
Speaking to that is a bit challenging. Thank you, Dr. Cruzy, for points. And in COSATU, I remember when I started also 10 years ago, we said we wanted to democratize the language of climate change. Glad that democratizing the image of chieftaincy is what you're doing. Absolutely appreciate that. I think I'm going to try to address everything, including what you asked. We had the second highest decision-making body structure sit of COSATU the past week. That's the Central Committee. And in the Central Committee, the Federation reaffirmed its commitment to working towards a just transition, but taking workers along. There are very different views, but we came together and we're able to understand that we need to lead the discussions as worker leaders as well as communities. So that's very critical. The issue of education also came very strongly from that Central Committee. And I'm glad that I'm in the space where education is put at such a high pedestal. It's something that's very encouraging. I think I'll start from the back to the front in terms of how we then incorporate children. And I think in South Africa, and I've seen in the South African delegation to the UNFCCC processes, especially COP, we don't consider the fact that we must take children and youth with. There's a child and youth pavilion that is at COP. And in that pavilion, children are given the opportunity to have a safe space where they speak amongst themselves, animation, and all of the technology that you may think you would find a child interested in, but having a message of just transition and climate change communicated in a manner that will also foster development for children. So I think we need to start also looking at that. I speak a lot about international spaces because our president, Comrade Zingisalos, is also sitting in the International Energy Agency as the Labour Council co-chair. And in that, she also pushes a COSATU, a people, and just transition that is going to allow for development of South Africans. And I really appreciate the fact that we spoke about the transformation of education. We need to transform our curriculum. We need to ensure that our curriculum is responsive not only to the skills gap, but is going to enable the youth to participate in a bigger economy and a bigger society where they will be leaders themselves. And I think another thing is that while we absolutely appreciate theory, universities, we mustn't forget about vocational learning. It's going to be important for this transition that we invest in vocational learning. And I think Dr. Sitati spoke very strongly to that. I mean, we're not investing sufficiently not only in education, but also in skills. If you look at the first iteration of the JET-IP, you'll see that there was a 0.1% that was allocated to skills. Now, if skills are the critical enablers of a just transition, and you invest just a minute part of the funding, what do you mean? Where is the future there if you don't invest in that? So I think we need to be practical in what we do, and also ensure that, I mean, we influence policy. I'd like to also propose, maybe we should start championing for national skills master plans. There's so many of these master plans. Let's speak about skills. Comrade Mutima Namela is quite actively involved, very energized from the launch of the committee on skills and other subcommittees that are sitting in the PMU of the presidency. So let's use those channels to champion for that national skills master plan, and also through our processes and the NETLAC processes, championing for just transition, code of good practice. So that just transition is also legislated and it's also been given the perimeters where which workers, communities, and people will not be put to destitute. I think it's important that we are also understanding that our transition is not going to be like the global growth transition. It's going to be very different, and it must be at a pace that is going to be very considerate of the triple challenges that we face. I speak about pace a lot because sometimes when you speak about just transition, people think you want a fast implementation of IPPs. We're not saying that. We're saying let's move gradually to a point where workers and people are taken along with. And I think in terms of strategy, the solutions are within us. They're in our communities, they're in our workplaces, they're with our people. They're not external. So we need to start thinking about that. My last point is a young woman from Soweto, energy democracy. I think it's very critical that we also think about that. Energy poverty is real. My mother in Soweto still experiences low reduction. She still experiences a lot of energy poverty. So that other part is one that we must not neglect, because on the ground, our people are suffering.
Thank you. I would like to speak about the role of the government, in particular the Department of Minerals and Energy, in facilitating what we're talking about today, especially when it comes to skills. They might see themselves as being strictly in the high level policy crafting and the commitments that they've made to Paris Agreement and the nationally determined commitments, etc., to say that I suggest that they take the model that the DTI used when they realized that manufacturing was dying. We're not where we want to be. But they saw the need that they can go beyond just being policy-making level to facilitate that training at that lowest level, because sometimes it is unreasonable to expect industry to do so. Industry expects ready-to-work employees. but if they see that commitment from government, it can happen. Coming to the issue about schools or education, I was very happy. I, for one, I arrived a lot on the care economy, especially your early child and all of that. I was very happy when I saw the ECDs being moved from social development to the Department of Education, because then I understood that education happens at the very lowest level. While maybe at ECD it's too early to do that, but you find that children learn a lot. If you learn a behavior from a very young age, we saw that even with throwing or littering at that level, they were taught in the classroom by teachers. And if you dare to do something that a teacher is saying you not do at home, they will tell you that teacher so and so said this. Why are you doing that? So that's where it starts. I was very happy today to meet one of my master's supervisors for the first time. We at UNISA we teach via the internet until we meet them at graduation. But I'm happy to see that he's here, and he wrote a very interesting research on the introduction of how we do climate education in schools. And it was sad to find that it's a nice to have. It's not yet something that is fully integrated into our curriculum. Yes, as a country, we know that there's a crisis. So my question is always, what are we waiting for? For us to understand, because if our students give up very young or early age that this thing is real, they'll be able to even start seeing or being taught about climate-related or just transition energy-related jobs from primary school, and also the kind of subject that they must do when you do starting preparation for career orientation. And that's where it starts. Otherwise, we still go with that old school where all our parents wanted us to be doctors and lawyers. And if, the biggest compromise for some of us was like development studies, and we'll say, okay, as long as it's not a PhD, because they didn't know what it was. But if we broaden that spectrum for them, they can then get to a point where they can integrate and understand how climate change is going to affect their employability and their future lives. And we can also do that with what we teach here at universities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that our panel deserves a warmer UNISA appreciation. Colleagues, I feel that we've only just begun. And I want to appreciate the College of Human Sciences with specific reference to the Development Studies Department. Kolo, this is indeed the way to go. We want to make sure that higher education, its output as well as its outcomes, is not inbred. Just us sitting around the table, curriculating and determining research. We want to widen the circles of engagement so that we can benefit from the wisdom that resides outside of these hallowed halls. And so we are so appreciative to our panelists for crossing over into this side and joining us as a community of shared interest and shared purpose so that we can explore this issue of energy justice. For too long, ladies and gentlemen, we've had to put up with disequilibriums. We've written about it, created careers for ourselves, lamenting over the development chasms in our world. Why are we still calling communities marginalized, on the fringes, susceptible, underserved? Perhaps we need to start questioning that in the first place. We should not have any community on the fringes or on the margins. We all are citizens of the land. We together share in the interest of the development of the land. There should be no communities that are left to the fringes who would have to just put band-aids on totally smashed legs. When you work with our communities, you will hear the horror stories. The mother that says, I just sent him to buy bread, but he stepped in a puddle where there was exposed wiring and the child is electrocuted in that puddle, still with the loaf of bread in his arm. So these are the realities. We call them izinyokas, the energy connections that are not quite, above board. But why are we living in a society where we have unequal access to energy? May I plead with government, business, civil society, higher education, entrepreneurs, innovators, students, researchers, and scholars across the land and the continent. It is time we hold our governments to account for the utterly dismal disequilibriums that we are having to contend with. We do not need the NGOification of what should be provisioned with the collaboration of government and business, civil society, and us all. The time for the NGOification of energy is over. We need action. Because a child born in a household where there's access to energy and the child born in a household without access to energy on the same day, at the same time, will have two fundamentally different storylines going into the future. Have a look at the Basic Education Infrastructure Report. It's called the NEAMS report. I'm utterly shocked at the very appallingly low percentages of energy in South African schools as you go from province to province, let alone ICT enhanced teaching and learning. The gaps are phenomenal. The time for privileging the rich and punishing the poor is over. We should not have the poor, which give us all careers, and then we get promoted and inaugurated, and the poor remain the poor while we pontificate about poverty. The time is up to say we refuse to accept the world as it is. We dare to envision a new and more just society where we do not have the widening inequalities and these huge gaps that perpetuate a lack of energy insecurity, which can even lead to national security challenges. So today I want to sound the alarm. Today is just one small example of what we can do when we start to think in community, talk in community, ideate in community, and implement in community. With that being said, I want to congratulate you, ladies and gentlemen, you, the audience who journeyed throughout the day, stayed fast. I was very, very worried that we would start losing you one by one. But thank you so much for remaining. And let us give one final tremendous round of applause to our esteemed panelists. Over to you, Dr. Kolofelo. Thank you, panelists.
What shall we say to these things? I don't think there's anything more to say after that brilliant plenary session and the brilliant, I think Dr. Genevieve did what I was actually supposed to do. She did the closure and the call of action. So I don't know if I still have anything more to say, but I'm excited that she's the one who did that, because then she's heading our Engaged Scholarship, and everything that we've spoken about today is achievable through her office. So thank you so much, Dr. Genevieve. Thank you so much for that energy, for always being the girl to go to. We appreciate you, and we appreciate the fact that we know that you're gonna allocate a bigger budget for energy for next year. Because we have a real responsibility to partner with the brilliant initiatives that are happening on the ground. We cannot continue being seen as an ivory tower, but today this conversation said we are breaking down the walls and we are becoming a university of the land that the communities can relate with, and they cannot just see us from a distance and just see us as this, ivory tower, but you are becoming real partners to the University of the Land. So colleagues, with that said, I will skip what I was supposed to do. I think it's brilliantly done. Let me just request my COD, Prof. Mafokate, to render the vote of thanks and officially close this event. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Moeng. When I first looked at the positioning of the mic here, I was worried, and I thought I would have to ask for support in the form of a scaffold or somehow. But thank you so much, Program Director and Dr. Moeng. Greetings and good afternoon. We have been sitting here for some time, and I stand here to thank you for making this day the success it turned out to be. We also would want to appreciate your coming here and also stay the whole day with us. We don't take that for granted. Our appreciation also to Dr. Moeng, whose doctoral degree laid the foundation of this Indaba. And on this one, I would want to also state in appreciation the contribution made by the manager, graduate studies or research issues at the college, Professor Onyancha. When we shared this idea on the Dr. Moeng's doctoral degree in one of the ex-committees, you took interest on that, and we really appreciate your contribution. Thank you, Dr. Moeng, for all the hard work you put to bring this August Indaba together. Perhaps even to acknowledge the presence of Professor Muguchini, who came here representing the VC and principal of the university. We owe it to our executive dean, Professor Zetunkos, who made this program the success it became. I wish to also thank and recognize the role played by members of the College Management Committee, who also demonstrated some sort of appreciation of this program. The EXCO as well, we had support. Development Studies, Department of Development Studies. I'm very sure you have seen your potential regarding the vision of the college and also the vision of the university. I appreciate your teamwork, Dr. Moeng, the teamwork and commitment to the goals of the department within the context of the College of Human Sciences. Our research officer have already mentioned that. In acknowledgement of Professor Onyancha, I'm repeating again to say thank you very much. Colleagues, allow me to appreciate the big team of moderators, keynote address by Professor Mamkeli, and the panelists. You have been fantastic. Not only to speak at this function, but to also open our minds to look ahead and say what contribution can we make as a department. I have identified 9 or 10 areas where we can intensify our research. Not only research, and also to look into the issue of developing new modules. We cannot run an outdated department which does not speak to the issues of the community. We have taken that very seriously, and thank you for challenging us to say we can do better. All unisons who came here in large numbers, fraternal colleagues from far and near, and other institutions, we really appreciate the fact that we made a call and you came to join us and made such brilliant contribution. The students that we also invited, who came here also in significant numbers, we also want to appreciate you. With these few words, colleagues, allow me to thank everyone present here, and we wish you the best for the academic year ahead. However, it will be important perhaps just to note what we are emerging from this Indaba with. We have noted the invitation by Dr. Rakulu for CHS to extend this program to communities, especially on the side of traditional leaders. I was with Dr. Rakulu at a function in Rustenburg, launching a cancer machine, something like that. And what he spoke here about here, it's not new. I could link the passion about what he was actually delivering to us here. The issue of collaborating with traditional leadership is also a key that we have to make it a priority at the department and see how we go forward. Community activists, we have noted that we have to begin to extend the scope of our research from being perhaps a desktop to on-site research. It is very important. We have noted that. On the issue of entrepreneurship, I think we also noted something here. Maybe the issue here will be how to explore now the contribution the department can make to get involved in trying to establish platforms that promote real entrepreneurship. This is where I think we will have to put some effort to make sure that this function, this Indaba actually, does not just end here. The integration of the vulnerable groups into mainstream economy, I think this is crucial, and we have to have follow-up on this. Not only research, but I like the idea that these things were put into practicality. And working together with those people who are already on the ground, I think we can emerge with something here. Innovation which assists communities to improve household livelihood. I'm not going to elaborate on this one. Collaboration with labor. I don't think, Dr. Mweni, if you check our curriculum, we are not that much into labor issues and all this. And maybe we need to explore the space and see how we can collaborate and work together and so forth. The implementation of the research we do in communities. This is also very critical, that it should not just end in the library. It should go out there. Yeah, we will prioritize this. And lastly, the issue of national skills master plan. We will need some flesh into this idea. And I want to believe that we will engage with all the participants and the people who have contributed immensely in this Indaba to make it a meaningful product. Perhaps to Dr. Muen, just to challenge you further, is that it should not end up here today. Let's have a second one, the third one, where we demonstrate action, the practicality, the implementation, and yes, the implementation and so on. You will realize, program director, that the so-called vulnerable groups out there, especially in the rural areas, we have to be visible there on the ground. With these few words, colleagues, I want to appreciate you and thank you once more, again and again. And I wish to say, have a nice week ahead, and God bless you. The Indaba. Okay.
Just announcement to make after if you've finished.
Okay. So I can't close it and then she speaks. but after this we are done, and
You can actually close it. We just want to.
okay. Okay, thank you. Colleagues, the meeting is adjourned.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you, Prof. Mine is just I want to request our remaining speakers to come in the front. The College of Human Sciences have prepared some smaller nyana token of appreciation. So we want to hand that over to you. Please, if you can join us here in the front.